Hello, I see somebody's here, so I'm going to turn on the comments. Oh, hello, Dennis. It's good to see you. I don't know if you're actually here. I see your comment, though. I'm going to go ahead and put you up here just to kind of like bring your energy in, even if you have to catch the replay. I'm really looking forward to dropping in with all of you and bringing in this download and this message that's actually been a long time coming. This message has been wanting to come forward since the tail end of 2009, so it's kind of a big deal. Hello, welcome, good morning. We're just going to kind of like get the energy set for the space. I normally don't do these kind of sessions live. I normally pre-record them, but tapping into MJ's energy, he made it very clear that he wanted it to be in live time, and the reason being is that he spent a lot of his life feeling very lonely, even though he was surrounded by people. I mean, he had a lot of closeness within his family, but he always really longed to have a lot of, close friends, like people who really got him, people who really understood him, people who really knew, where he was coming from. And he often found that within children, because he has a certain like purity to his heart, like just dropping into his energy. His energy came in really strongly for me back in 2009. His energy has always come strongly in for me. His energy first came in strongly for me when I was a little girl. I mean, I just loved Michael Jackson, loved him. Grew up on his music from the Off the Wall album. To this day, Off the Wall is my favorite album of his, although I really love Thriller as well. And even some of his later work, appealed to me, but I feel like in his later work, he veered more in the pop direction, which is how he became known as the King of Pop. And I really loved, the Jackson 5 and, Off the Wall, his real soul roots. And he did have, very steep soul roots, Motown. And also he was responsible for really activating that whole, robot, dance trend on Soul Train. So Evening at the Apollo, I mean, the Jacksons are just steeped in soul. And I mean, much love to Janet. He's really wanting to bring that forward. Just a lot of love to Janet. And I love Janet too. I grew up, locking myself in my bedroom and listening to Rhythm Nation and just trying to get all that choreo down because I'm a dancer, and it's something I still want to do to this day. Whether or not I'll ever be able to achieve it, I mean, my goodness, that chair trick, was it on the Pleasure Principle? Probably really hurt myself at this age. Oh, but anyway, yeah, Michael's energy is very playful. It's very light, but when he came in for me, actually, I really felt him in the early hours of this morning, right as the moon was preparing to go full, and we are definitely in that phase right now. I'm going to go ahead and take this comment off. I'm not going to be really looking at comments a whole lot right now, just because it could distract me, and I need to enter the steady stream. In fact, I'm probably going to just once I really dive into it, I'll probably switch off from comments so I don't get distracted, and I'll dive back in and have a look at them because it can interrupt the flow. He came in this morning, and there's a song that's always come in with him, especially back when he first sort of resurfaced in my consciousness. I loved him when I was a little girl. Like, I was just obsessed with Michael Jackson. I thought he was just so gifted, so talented. I loved his music. Everything about him, just his whole demeanor, his style was very unique. And he was just an incredible dancer. And all that music from Thriller and Off the Wall that I grew up with, every weekend, my dad was always watching Soul Train and Evening at the Apollo in the house. And so this was just like kind of fundamental, to my upbringing. My dad was even in a funk band, for a while. And so this is something that's just always been around me, the funk, the soul. All of this has always been a strong influence in my life and music, and Michael Jackson was really a central part of that. I felt very connected to him. But I had him kind of resurface in my consciousness back at the tail end of 2009. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit. Okay, we're going to dive into that. I'm not getting into the actual like channeling right now, but I just kind of want to give a little premise for how things are going to go, because I do have some announcements to make today, and I'm going to try not to get too far into this live. You know, I don't want to spend a lot of time with announcements, but there is some very important stuff coming in. I do want to address it, and then I will, you know, hand over the floor to what we plan on doing today, but this stuff is equally important. And so we're just going to kind of like clear the air over here. All right. Just want to, you know, provide some blessing energy on the space. I got some Palo Santo here. I got some white sage incense going, which is absolutely lovely. I'm going to go ahead and call in some Reiki too. All right. If you do not wish to receive the Reiki, just internally say no thank you, and if you do want to receive it, just say yes. Okay, so it's all about your free will and your desire to accept it, to receive it, to take it in. I think it just kind of like helps us come into our body. It sets a nice template. I am going to lead us through a little meditation since I'm doing this live. You know, I want to make sure that everybody is holding the right space around bringing his energy in. It's important. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and just do this and call in some Reiki. And this is distant Reiki. So it doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can receive this. Okay. That feels good. That feels good. I also feel like I want to bring in just a little bit of tobacco for the ancestors as well, especially when we're doing, you know, this kind of work where you're going to be tapping into mediumship. I want to explain a moment what mediumship is like for me. It's sort of like invoking the energy. So I can feel the energy signature. Let's just refer it to Michael Jackson. I can feel his energy signature. I do not request, I do not disturb for any energies to come in. Absolutely not. When somebody dies and they pass over, it's their freedom, you know, it's their freedom from cares, from worries about this earthly world. So it's not my job to go and like knock up on the heavenly gates and say, hey, I'd like to talk to so and so. That's not how I do it. And I know that people are kind of familiar with that, with more kind of modern, you know, well-known pop culture mediums like John Edwards, like Sylvia Brown. But that isn't really an ethical way to practice mediumship. You have to let these energies come through if they so desire. You should never disturb what's meant to be at rest. That being said, sometimes these energies come through for me, and I don't know if it's because I grew up in a musician's household and if music's always been around me, and it's been kind of a core theme in my life, but I tend to have a lot of people that are like, you know, deceased musicians, deceased starlets, you know, come through for me. I don't know what that's about. They show up in my dream world. It's been going on since I was a really little kid. And I don't know why there is that connection, but there is. It's a little unusual, you know, but who am I to question it? And Michael is one that's actually kind of persistently come in for me since 2009. And there's a whole wild story about that. But I did feel his energy really come in last night when I was listening to a song that he's often brought forward for me since he really started kind of surfacing in my consciousness back in 2009. I think that that's a good way to kind of describe it. It's sort of a surfacing in the consciousness. It's almost like, you know, this little thread being tugged in your consciousness, like, hey, pay attention, you know, something's trying to get your attention. And then when I open up to it, that's usually when, you know, the awareness of the energy will start to kind of tumble into my consciousness, and I invoke it. That's probably the best way to describe it. I sort of like grok the energy so I can feel what that energy feels, and my thought process can kind of go in alignment with that energy signature. I think that's the best way for me to explain it without people misunderstanding the process and what it's about. I just want to send up some tobacco for my ancestors, for my Comanche ancestors, for my Norse ancestors, for my Gaelic ancestors, for the Tuatha De Danann. They like this spirit candy. They like to have this this tobacco. So I just like to keep them pleased while I'm doing this kind of work. Tobacco is also an offering that's very specific to the ancestors. Now would be a really good time to get yourself some tobacco, some loose leaf tobacco, just for offerings, especially with Halloween and Dias de los Muertos and Samhain, all of these special rites coming up where we hold space for those who have gone before us. So this would be a great time to get it. And I would just like to request, just since you're at Broad Coven and it's something that is very special to me and dear to me, that what would be really cool is if you do get special tobacco, if you would be so kind as to get some from a native tribe retailer, you know, go right to the source. And I would be super stoked if you know, got that tobacco from a Comanche retailer. So maybe I'll put some links, you know, and some resources. I'll pin them in the comments. In fact, everything that I bring in that I'm about to tap into, I will bring into the comments for you all. So you can go and find with ease everything that gets brought in. I do got, you know, stuff for my notes. I did also make some cards that we're going to actually bring Michael's voice in with, and some key points, just to give like a little background about his life and things that he felt was very pertinent that got covered, sort of like the nuts and bolts type of things, the formalities, he's saying. The stuff he would rather not talk about, you know, but he knows that it's stuff that people are going to want addressed. So he's going to have me like bring that in, and I already got the memo on what needed to be brought in regarding that. So I got some little note cards so I don't miss anything, because that's the other thing. It's like I'm not expecting Michael to make repeat visits. Especially with the way he came in. I think he kind of like one shot, let's get it covered, let's get it done. That being said, sometimes these energies that I read, they linger. Like, you know, it was interesting when I did the collective prayer, which you should check that one out. It's really cool. It's under the Late Nite Talk'n'Tarot playlist. That was with Jim Morrison. And he left off the read with this very like punctuated, like, that's it, I'm out, nothing else. He's continued to linger though. So I think he likes hanging out with the broads. And sometimes they do like to linger, but I also made up, and he guided me, his energy guided me to all the different quotes. These are all quotes, Michael Jackson quotes. So it's in his own words. And I really like to do this just to let the person coming through be able to express certain key points through their own words. So we are going to do a reading, but I'm going to infuse the reading with his own words. Like, he'll kind of set the topic for the reading with his own words, and then I'll bring in tarot to support it. So I do this a lot. It's actually a lot of fun, and we'll be bringing that in. And then of course I have my, you know, my notebook here just for taking notes so I don't forget anything. That's kind of key and a point and important, especially as I start to go into this zone where I really channel the energy, because I get kind of pushed aside. So in order for me to remember things, I have to kind of jot them down so I don't forget. So I'm just going to right now put down tobacco, native tobacco retailer before I forget that point. All right. I'm going to have a little sip of my coffee here. It's not a little coffee. It's quite a big coffee, actually. Okay, I'll make sure to put these points in. The first thing I want to talk about before we get into this, because there's something else really exciting happening today, and that is that I am fulfilling a long-standing dream. And as of today, all of my Ayurvedic courses on my website, Cobra's Medicine Bag, are now free to all of you all across the globe. This is a dream that I've had for a long time, to make Ayurvedic healthcare accessible to everybody, no matter where they are in the world, no matter what their financial position is, that they can be empowered with this knowledge, because it was something that helped me so much in my own healing process. So I had 3 courses that I designed that I'm very, very proud of at Cobra's Medicine Bag. A lot went into them, a lot of care, time, and attention. Just so you know my background in very condensed format, I am an Ayurvedic practitioner. I have 11 years of experience. I was trained by Deanna Batdorf out of Deanna Essentials, formerly the Deanna Center, where I worked for many years, and just got such a wealth of knowledge, was taught not only within Indian tradition, but also Tibetan. So very wide scope of knowledge in this regard. I also got to meet Deanna's teacher, Tenzig, who is just an amazing person. If anybody out there knows how I can get a hold of Tenzig, will you please drop a comment, because I had to get off Facebook, and that's how I was linked with him, and he wanted me to do some writing for him to translate his thoughts in a way that Westerners can understand. So anybody who can hook me up with him, I really appreciate it. Or if you happen to tune into this and you're in touch with Deanna, could you please find out an email or something? I really need to get in touch with them. It's very important. So that's who I was taught by. I've also gotten additional training. I went through the inner engineering program with Sadhguru, and that was extremely valuable for me, not only personally, but it was also valuable for me in terms of panchakarma work. I feel like it gave me the ability to hold a different quality of space for the people that I'm working with. And when we're looking at panchakarma, we're looking at puja. It's very deep spiritual purification. It's a purification of mind, body, spirit. And we are kicking off, starting today, our Vata Panchakarma, community Panchakarma for everybody at Broad Coven. You are all welcome to participate. I'm going to be doing twice weekly lives. This will begin next week. So what we're looking at this weekend is I'm opening up the courses to you. There already is the Kapha course and the Pitta course are already free. You're going to go, I'm just going to make a note here, you're going to go to Cobra's Medicine Bag.com, okay, and you will see right on the home page there's going to be the listing of both courses that open today, which is the Vata course. It is Vata season, all right, and you'll see it says free access to the Vata course here. There's a button, you just click it, it's going to take you right in. You don't need to give an email, you don't need to register an account. It's easy peasy, it's simple, so that anybody anywhere around the world can just click in and they can start the course study. I ask that you please follow the format as the course is designed. The course goes week by week by week. Please do not read ahead in the material. It's presented in such an order for a very specific reason. And I'm going to be guiding that. And I also don't want a lot of questions starting to come my way that have nothing to do with the material, because it really makes things go off track. I have to be very firm with boundaries and the way I hold space around this work. It's a central theme in Panchakarma. Sometimes you may think that I'm a little abrupt. People usually mistake boundaries, healthy boundaries, as abruptness. Because people, especially in the West, really struggle with having healthy boundaries. This is what I found. I think it's a problem globally, to be honest with you. But I think a lot of people, if I had to look at what are the 2 main issues that really face us in society that are such huge hurdles that we need to overcome right now, I would say those are communication and healthy boundaries. Like there's a lot of work collectively, globally that needs to be done around this, okay? And they are things that are very core and central and key when doing Panchakarma work. Now, normally when I'm doing Panchakarma work, I'm doing Panchakarma work in person. I'm working with a team of other Ayurvedic practitioners. There may be a team of 5 of us working with one person. And the job is that we allow that person to just completely let go and receive. In fact, they're not allowed to lift a finger. They have to just go into this radical place of allowing themselves to be completely supported. It's a trust fall for a lot of people. And that aspect of Panchakarma runs very, very deep. Panchakarma means 5 actions, okay? There are 5 actions that we do on a physical level, but they don't just affect the physical, they affect the mental, the spiritual, the emotional, and the physical body. Because in Ayurveda, everything is all interconnected. Microcosm is reflected in macrocosm and vice versa. So what's happening on one stratum of being is happening on all stratums of being. And we have different methods, different self-care methods, different body work methods, different spiritual practices, mantras. I mean, all the wisdom of the Vedas that can help support one in this process of puja or purification. That's what Panchakarma is. It is like a road opener. But first you have to kind of clear the slate, right? Fresh start. You got to get all the old energy out so you can move forward. This is the perfect time for us to begin this process because it's fall. It's fall season. It's Vata season. This is a purification, but it's going to be very different from the type of purification you're used to. Now, normally we really focus on cleansing at 2 times of the year. In Ayurveda, we focus on this during the fall season, okay? And in the fall season, the focus is different than in the spring. In the spring season, you're looking at the type of cleanse that a lot of Westerners are used to, which has kind of become a fad diet. More on that later as we get into future lives, and especially as I start to bring in 1 live a week on my Cobra's Medicine Bag YouTube. If you're looking for that channel, if you just scroll down on the home page here of Broad Coven, you will see my other channels. I never do anything on Justice Tarot, to be honest. I don't know if I ever will. It's just kind of sitting there right now. I need to think about that. I may not. I don't know. I haven't decided. I got to get things dialed in here first, okay? But then you'll also see Cobra's Medicine Bag. And I may pop in there from time to time. That may be a channel that develops more down the road. I'm not sure. We'll just see. We'll see what happens. Right now, my focus is Broad Coven. But I did put it out on the community board. Please pay attention on my community board here at Broad Coven. If you don't know where that is, how to access it, you'll notice on the home page right at the top, just like on a website, there's tabs. And you'll see community. If you hit community, if you know me from Facebook, it'll take you basically to like my timeline here at YouTube. I will not be going back on Facebook ever, 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 ever again. In fact, I'm not going to be on any other social medias at all. All of my time, my energy, my focus is here at YouTube. That's where it's at for me. YouTube, every bit can function like a social media network. A lot of people don't realize that about YouTube, but yeah, it's true. It takes time to unlock the ability to have your own timeline, your own community board. But in the meantime, you can still get out there and you can interact with people. The thing that's different about YouTube from other social media outlets is it kind of puts you to the test. Do you really want to be an active, creative participant within this community? I personally feel that's what makes the difference in the quality of connections that you can have here, okay? And the level of conversation is different, and especially within the reader community, it's really cool the way we all support each other and just being more conscious, being more aware, being aware of what we bring to the table. I find that I have deeper communications, conversations, less drama here, because I'm commenting on videos that I'm resonating with what's being put out there, which naturally means I'm aligning with other people who resonate with that too. That being said, to find out like what's going on, please look at my community board. I'm super active on my community board here. It's just as active, if not more so, than my timeline at Facebook. Okay, so that's a good way to drop in with me, or any comments on the videos. I'm very responsive. Like, people will let you know. I don't let people sit with their comments. I'm very like on top of it. Unless it's my day off. Okay, I take Sundays and Mondays off, or unless otherwise specified. But I'm very easy to get access to, and especially if you're having any kind of issues. So I did put it on the community board. If anybody is wanting to like trim down, get in shape, you know, but maybe you have a history of some kind of disordered eating, emotional eating. I am an intuitive eating counselor listed on the national directory. I was trained by Evelyn Tripoli and Elise Resch, who are the innovators, originators, and authors of the book Intuitive Eating. I am listed on their national directory. You can look that up on intuitiveeating.org. Okay. I do this kind of counseling work, and I'm not really doing it currently professionally because of everything that's going on here, but I am going to do it as a seva in conjunction with this community Panchakarma that we're going through here together for Broadcoming. And I'm going to do that on the Cobra's Medicine Bag YouTube, just so it has a little bit of kind of like separation, and we can have our kind of like our own focus over there, because there's a whole different quality of space that needs to happen around that. So I'll talk about how you can navigate that terrain. I know that I've already, been improving my health, but I still have a ways to go, and I want to bring more focus to this area myself. I'm ready to get in better shape. This is a focus for me as I'm entering into this Panchakarma with all of you. Even though I'm holding the space, the container, and I'm guiding you through this experience, this is your experience. You will make it your own. And I'm traveling through it with you. So I go through the lessons too. I do the work too. Like, whatever the focus is for the week, I'm doing it too. I'm a very hands-on practitioner. That's just the way that I operate. Okay, so do check out the course. All right, we're not going to get into any of that today, but I do need to give this preamble. It's a big, important piece of everything that's coming in, and it's necessary. So if you go there today, I'll put the link in the comments. I'm going to pin a comment with all these resources there. You can go and you can get access to that course. You can also get access to the Pitta course and the Kapha course. You can get access to all of them. I don't have a problem with you printing them up and putting them in a binder, each individual course, so you have them, because they'll serve you for the rest of your life. They are a seasonal approach, and every dosha has its own season. So we're currently going to be entering into Vata, which is all about the fall season and the opening to the winter season. And then once we move into like late winter, spring, then we move into Kapha season. After that, when we start to head into the summertime and early fall, we are looking at Pitta, all right? So different seasonal approach, and it goes really deep, but we're going to focus on Vata for all intents and purposes. And this is not a cleanse like you're used to, right? And the cleansing, you don't want to cleanse all the time because it can really deplete you. You should build before you cleanse. And so this is kind of like more about clearing out the lungs, all right, to keep you healthy. To keep you from getting sick, during flu season, really bolstering your immunity in that way, since the lungs are part of what Vata rules over. We really want to look at the health of the respiration. So we'll be doing a lot of work around the lungs. And naturally, this also involves clearing out grief, which is associated with the lungs. And we'll also be clearing out the intestines. So we focus more on the lower channels. And that's the kind of cleansing we're doing, but it's more building, nurturing, nourishing, not stripping. Okay, so open up those courses, check them out. I'll provide the links, and just get acquainted with the material, and only read the first lesson, okay, for week 1. That's it. And then on Wednesday next week, I'll be bringing in the first live. I'm going to do lives for the Panchakarma for all 6 weeks that we travel through the material. So each week, for each lesson, there's 6 lessons, okay? I'll be doing lesson 1. I'll be kicking off next week on Wednesdays and Saturdays is when I'll come on for lives here. And I haven't really set the day. I might do Thursdays, might be when I do the drop-in on Cobra's Medicine Bag for those who have body image, eating disorder issues, things along these lines, and are needing a little bit different kind of support for moving through it, all right? I think that'll be a good schedule. I'll put up on the community board the times for that, all of that. So do be on the lookout for that. And you'll just want to go to that community tab, okay, to find that. Let me put that down, schedule. So yes, this has been a big dream of mine. I finally have achieved it. I'm really happy about that. And now that I got that all dialed in, I can start really focusing more energy on getting everything dialed in at Broad Coven. There's a lot coming in here, a lot that's shifting. I'm not going to talk about that today, okay? I will talk about that maybe tomorrow or maybe next week when I come on. I might bring that piece about some of the changes happening here, but it's all really good stuff, okay? Okay. I think that that feels really complete. I want you to have this time between now and Wednesday to read that first lesson in the Vata course, which is called Roots with Wings. And, you know, look and see, you know, what the focus will be for the week starting next Wednesday. And this is going to be happening right in tandem with us questing for the Cauldron of Dagda. So same thing with the Cauldron of Dagda. I'm going to be setting the energy this week. I want you to, you know, just kind of look at focusing yourself, getting clear, prepared to do that questing. If you have not done the disc curriculum yet, that's a playlist down at the bottom. I also got information about that on the community board, and I'll put some information on that as well in the comments. Put that down. You do want to make sure that you complete that. If I want that education like coming in, it forms the basis of kind of the quality of space that's held around the experience. So when it comes to the disc curriculum, if you haven't gone through it yet, there's 2 videos that I need you to watch by midnight tonight. If you plan on questing for the Cauldron of Dagda, that's the cutoff point, and that would be the Sadhguru 40-year celebration. It's only an hour-and-a-half video. It's enjoyable. There's good music and really just incredible visuals. And a lot of good information that comes in, and he does an important talk on mental illness, which I feel is something that deserves to have some space held for it. It's something we don't often look at in our society, so please tune in for that. It's important. And the other one would be the Meet Cobra video, which is you need to know about me and how I work. I feel like that's very key and important. Also, you need to be a subscriber to this channel. I'm going to be setting the space in such a way and wording it. So it's important that the people who are participating in that and bringing their energy in are actually connected and supporters of the channel. And so these are the templates I'm setting. If you don't have those 2 pieces of the disco curriculum, you know, completed by midnight tonight, then, you know, if you try to quest, you're doing something on your own. It's not part of the energy that I'm calling in. I'm going to be calling in the energy for that, for questing for the Cauldron of Dagda again through this weekend. So this is a time to just really get clear for yourself what the quest is about for you. It's about healing and integration. It may also be about relationships for you. So have that in the forefront of your consciousness as you're kind of like setting the template for that this weekend. And make sure you get those 2 pieces of the disco curriculum completed. And if you're not subscribed to the channel and you want to participate in that, subscribe so your energy can be called in. This does not get you out of not completing the rest of the disco curriculum, though. You still have to complete all of that. It's all essential information. This is an educational experience, but it does extend your time to have it completed, which is October 14th, all right? You'll have to have the rest of it done by then. I think that's everything. All right. So let's dive into MJ. Let me see, 34:33 on the clock. I'm going to put that in. 34:33. Of course he comes in after the disco, man. Of course Michael comes in after the disco. All right. So just to open up, I want to just talk about how Michael came forward for me. I already shared just an opening a little bit about how I had a great love for Michael Jackson and have been just so like connected to his energy since I was a little girl, partially because I grew up as a Jehovah's Witness, and Michael Jackson's family was part of the Jehovah's Witness religion. I don't know how many of them still are. I think much like my family, some of them kind of like veered away from that a little bit. Certainly the kids as they got older, but I do believe that some of them are still quite active, as is the case in my family. And for me, this was a real connecting point with Michael Jackson's energy as a child, because when you're a kid and you grow up as a Jehovah's Witness, it's a challenge. Okay, you're very different from other children right off the bat. You know, Christmas rolls around, you don't get presents. You know, people kind of look at you like you're strange. You feel a bit of an outsider. I remember when there would be different functions at school around the holidays, I would have to go and be sequestered from the rest of the students. And so there's this real feeling of just being different, you know, being different from other children. And so I loved Michael Jackson's music, and I had been listening to him since, you know, the Jackson 5 and Off the Wall and all of that. And again, music was a central fixture in my household because my father's a musician. So I just always had like funk music around me, Rick James, and you know, I love old Motown, and I love R&B and soul, and I love all music really. My father really encouraged me to really broaden my musical tastes, and I'm a musician myself. I used to play classical flute. I'm, you know, learning guitar. I'm a singer, so music's just really, it's like in my blood. It's in my blood. And I was really just enamored with Michael Jackson. I just thought he was all that and a bag of chips. I just thought he was the coolest. He had his own unique style. He had his own unique flow. I thought he was beautiful. You know, I just, everything about him, I thought he was just so incredibly amazing. And when Thriller came out, it's just like, oh my God, just forget about it. You know, and everybody remembers that when Thriller dropped. It was just, it was such a huge pop culture moment. And we all remember that epic night at the American Music Awards when he moonwalked and backslid, you know, across the stage. And it's like, that was such an electrifying moment where he really defined himself as a solo artist. I really feel like, even though he had Off the Wall, and Off the Wall was a tremendous point of success for him, I feel like that night at the American Music Awards was when Michael like really separated himself from what he had done with his family and really made a name for himself, and it catapulted him forward. This is something that's been coming in on my downloads, on my readings for a while, because I got so much sentience coming in because I started getting this message. We've been going through all this retrograde energy, right? Just with the astrology, and it's been really heavy over the past couple of years. And I got this memo that, yeah, we might be moving backward. Like we might be going over old ground, but time is not linear right now. And everything's kind of shifting, and there's a lot of Merc riding happening. And we're kind of in this in between and betwixt place where all the magic happens, right? We're straddling the divide. We got one foot in the past, and we got another foot in the future. And right now we're trying to navigate, how do we make that hop? This has everything to do as well with hitting the reset just on how society as a whole moves forward. We're at a point of like global crisis in the world, and we really see it. Even the nature kingdom is in a state of upheaval and protests. I mean, look what we got going on with the orcas taking down yachts. It's like Mother Nature herself is crying out that there needs to be more consciousness. We need to remember that we're here to be stewards of the earth. We're here to tend toward those inhabitants that were here before we ever got here. You know, the animals were here before we ever got here. And this piece coming forward very strongly right now, if you didn't know, like Michael Jackson loves nature and loves animals. I mean, everybody's familiar with Bubbles, you know, his chimp, but he always had just a real affinity, a real love for animals. And so this piece wanting to come in just to be aware of your relationship with the earth, Are you tending to the earth? Are you conscious of the way you're walking upon the earth? Like Michael's wanting to bring, I'm here, I'm like on the periphery, like he's really wanting you to bring this piece in. This is one way that you can make him very proud. It's big man in the mirror energy. He wants you to look at the ways that maybe you need to change your ways to be more conscious about how you are treating the earth and its inhabitants, which includes the animals. And it was really interesting because I felt Michael's energy come in right before we hit full moon, full super moon in Aries, the initiator. Okay. And I feel like even with, you know, that memory I'm bringing in of the American Music Awards, that was such an initiatory moment. I feel like Michael wanting to come in now is such an initiatory moment. And that will become very clear for you when I express the way he came in for me back in 2009. But there's a song that he's often brought in for me. Well, there's two songs that he's brought in for me repeatedly when I know that he's about to like bring tidbits in for me. And it's not like he's with me all the time, but it just sort of pivotal junctures in my life. Michael's energy comes forward and I get downloads from him. And he always brings it in with two songs, We Are the World. And We Are the World is a significant song that was actually a collaborative project, okay, that was done to feed, you know, feed the children, okay, which is another cause that is very dear to Michael's heart. He has so much love and care for children, but also wanting to ensure that all are fed, all are cared for. So really, Michael had very much a steward kind of energy within him, a certain caring and concern for all the inhabitants of this earth and a respect for this gift of life. And the other song that he has often brought in for me is You Are Not Alone. And you know, he started bringing in that song for me recently, and it was interesting. So it's like, well, I don't feel alone, you know. I don't. I mean, and it's interesting because on a superficial level, with some things I've had to switch up in my life, I have had to sort of like separate myself from certain groups. I've had to end certain connections. I no longer live where I used to live, you know, back in Sonoma County, California. I'm out in just outside the Detroit area here in Michigan. So it's a whole new world for me. And so you would think that I feel very isolated, but being in this area is very different than where I was living before. And the Detroit and surrounding areas, there's just such a focus on community here. And there's just such a soul, a beat to this place. And so I never feel alone here. And in fact, being in this area, it's on my moon line, whereas where I was living before was on my Pluto line. So quite literally, Sonoma County was hell for me because it was on my Pluto line. And I could never make anything happen there. And ever since I've gotten here, I just feel like so much more freedom. I feel very aligned spiritually. I feel like I'm tapping into a whole different sense of what it means to belong to a community. Okay. And this piece coming forward, you know, from Michael as well, that this is so important to build community, to make sure that nobody does feel alone, to make sure that we're creating spaces where all feel safe and they feel welcome to be their unique selves and be included, which is something that, you know, is a connecting point for me and him. And again, going back to the Jehovah's Witness religion and how that automatically kind of creates a sense of isolation, separation for a child. So I really connected with him on this point as a kid. And I think that's also why I just felt such resonance with his energy, because I felt like he really understood. And he happened to be just like, you know, he was the coolest thing back then. So it's like, all right, you know, now we're cooking. I may have been a freak before, and maybe people like turned down their nose at me because I was Jehovah's Witness. And in fact, I used to have kids in the neighborhood would make fun of me and my brother at Christmas time. They'd flaunt their gifts. They'd show off what they got. Then they knew that we didn't celebrate. And so they would ask us, oh, what presents did you get? You know, and of course we would say, well, we don't celebrate. We didn't get any presents. And then they would tease us and they would tell us that God didn't love us because We didn't have any Christmas presents. Our parents didn't love us. It was a lot, you know, it was a lot for a kid, but at least then I had a bargaining chip, you know. When I found out that Michael Jackson was Jehovah's Witness, I was like, oh yeah, well, guess who else is a Jehovah's Witness? Michael Jackson. And then I finally had a little bit of clout out on those streets. It made my life a little bit easier. And it also made me feel not alone. It made me feel very connected to him. Okay. So flash forward back in 2009. I had been married and I was starting to have an unraveling of that marriage. I was going through a therapeutic healing process. I did have an anorexia crisis. You may not know that from looking at me now. You would never think that from looking at me now. This is another piece that's coming in from Michael about you can't judge a book by its cover. We have to really look more at the heart of people and give them an opportunity to show us who they are rather than making assumptions based on knee-jerk reactions and our superficial perceptions, right? And I think Michael dealt with a lot of this throughout his life, and he also dealt with not really having a childhood, okay? And that's something that I also can relate to. I think this is why the energy is just so easy for me to tap into. Maybe why that energy is drawn to me, because the way I view things, I view everything as just one resounding energy. So to me, all of the ancestors that ever were from any bloodline, okay, I'm connected to all of them. I'm connected to all of you. All the different gods and all the different, you know, looking conversely, okay, two sides of the same coin in my broad perspective. You know, the demons, the devil, you know, it's all the same energy, just masquerading like LARPing, role playing, you know, trying different, you know, costumes on for size on this big theatrical stage of life, you know, and nobody really has the answers about life. It's a great mystery. And that's sort of the beauty of life, that it's a mystery and we get to be in this creative play space and we get to learn and discover. And certainly we get to learn and discover how the divine expresses itself through others if we can just like open our hearts and allow them to reveal themselves to us. And that kind of shakes up our perception of how we view divinity or what's holy or what's sacred or what's spirit, right? And I'm doing a lot of work like that here at Broad Coven, but I also feel that that's also central, key, core to who Michael Jackson was and is and will always be. Because ultimately he is divinity, just like I am divinity, just like all of you are divinity, just like all the animals, nature, everything we see, it's all one energy. So this should help you understand how I'm able to feel connected to the energy. It's more like an energy signature. And there's this like resonance, okay? It's like a magnetic pull, all right? So around 2009, as I was going through this therapeutic healing process, which was around my anorexia crisis, I had initially gone through, I'm not going to get into the details of that because it's not really about that, but just to touch on it, I initially went through the physical healing process because it was very necessary. I was like knocking on death's door, all right? I'm very lucky to be here. And so that was the immediate need, was to just get my body to a place where I could like start to put on some weight and get myself out of the danger zone. For many years, about a decade, I didn't focus at all on any of the emotional or mental healing aspects of my crisis, right? And then I started to go through therapy. I had a support group and it started to unlock all kinds of stuff in me. As it did, I had a lot of childhood trauma come up, a lot of childhood memories resurface, a lot of repressed material come up. And this is when Michael Jackson first started to come in for me. And I hadn't really been in contact with his energy at all since I was a really little kid. So this was unusual and I didn't really understand it at first. But I had gone through a soul retrieval at the time. I'd worked with Stephen Farmer to help integrate some of the material that needed to be process that I felt was like a little too activating, even with therapeutic support. I was really struggling. I learned about this concept of soul retrieval, what it means to have soul loss. And it really resonated with me. I had a lot of soul loss around my anorexia crisis. But once I had one soul retrieval around that time in my life, it opened up other aspects of my consciousness. And then it became aware that I had a child soul part that needed to be called back. That's when I was guided to Stephen Farmer. And that's when wolf medicine really got reactivated for me. Wolf is one of my life path totems. Came in for me when I was very little, when I was a child. And then was absent for a while. So this is really interesting. It was like this convergence point between doing this therapeutic healing work, this trauma release work. In comes Michael Jackson's energy. In comes wolf again, my totem, to guide me. Wolf medicine is the pathfinder. And this also ties into when Michael's energy came in this morning, just before full moon. And Ted, he's of the bloodline of the wolf, right? Ted, I've never seen him interact with an energy coming in the way he did. Ted was just loving up on me, like was just so cuddly, like over the top. He already is. He's a little love bug, okay? But I've never seen Ted respond like that when an energy is coming in. So just for that piece to come in, I know that Michael's heart, Michael's soul is very pure. It's very true, because Ted is an amazing judge of character. And a lot of what came through with Michael wanting to come forward is sort of like, we need to like straighten his crown, because he left behind this rich legacy that's been marred by gossip and lies. And it's a great disservice that's been done to him. It was like his birthright was stolen from him. And there's ways that when an energy is ready to just be absorbed back into the one great energy, there's ways that it can be tripped up and sort of like earthbound and stuck in a bardo or an in-between place, if there's any kind of like unfinished business left behind. And this is sort of a key central theme that I've noticed with different musicians that have passed, stars that have passed, where this energy comes in for me to actually like read the energy or relay a message. That mediumship gets activated. It's usually a case like this, where there was something that happened in the life of that celebrity where they didn't get to kind of like have their name cleared, or there was some controversy around their passing. So in some way, shape, or form, there was like a lot remained undone. And because of that, there's like a certain thread of their energy that's still sort of attached, okay? Now, when his energy first came in this morning, right before full moon, initially what I felt was two things. And that was almost this like awkwardness. It felt like an awkwardness. It felt like anxiety. I would say social anxiety. It felt very sensitive. It felt very activated. It reminded me of the energy signature of Violet Soul. Okay. And Violet Soul is, I wrote up a piece about it. I think I lost it to Facebook, unfortunately. I'll have to hunt it down and see if I have access to it somewhere else. But I've done a little work, and I'll be bringing more of this into Broad Coven. I've done a little work kind of like tapping into the different like spirit energies of plants, plant allies, plant medicine. And I've done this with flowers too, just sort of like the fairy language of flowers. Michael's loving all of this. He loves magic, anything magical. He always loved Tinkerbell, but I'm like, I'll show you a little spicier side of fairy, Michael. he loved Peter Pan, and Tinkerbell was central in that story. And since I am on a fairy path, maybe that is part of why he's drawn to me too. I also was very drawn to fairy, even as a child. I would like look for gnomes, look for fairies. This is another connecting point we have. We have a lot of connecting points, like a lot, both singers, both dancers. Yeah, it's very interesting. There are a lot of threads of connection between he and I. So maybe he felt like a friendship with me, and a lot of his friends were kids. And the reason being is I could feel from his energy signature when it came in, there's this real like vulnerability, tenderness, such tenderness and such vulnerability that there's almost like this activation around it. Like this, I felt this urge to protect the energy. That's what I felt when I felt Michael's energy come in. Like it felt like, oh baby, let me hold that for you. Like I started crying because I just felt this, first of all, this real potent strength, this real powerful energy signature to him. But it was so, it's not like how we usually think of strength in this world. By that, I'm meaning it's not like that strength of like the quintessential patriarchal emperor strength. It was more like this very balanced, such an almost ambiguous balance of energies between masculine and feminine that is so blended, and very quiet and very humble strength, very centered, very grounded, and at the same time rooted, but that wing quality of just so much expansion. But there was this vulnerability, this real intense tenderness in the heart center, and it felt raw. And I almost feel like Michael has a bit of a kind of bodhisattva kind of energy. And if you're not familiar with the qualities of a bodhisattva is one who becomes enlightened, they ascend, but they choose to stay behind until all of humanity is free before they can merge into the freedom of the great beyond and enter into that realm of moksha, liberation, and be free of the Maya illusion of this material realm. I feel like Michael has such a great love for children and such a great love for humanity and life, that what I got is that he's still holding, his energy signature is still holding that pain of the world. And because I just saw a bird fly by, I just had a dove fly by the window. Okay, so I know that this is a key message that's coming in here. He sees that there's still not peace. He sees that people still haven't gotten it together. And he felt such a stewardship. His life was about stewardship, if you really look at it. And all the philanthropic work he did and the way he showed up, he felt great responsibility for being the change that he wanted to see in the world. That's what Man in the Mirror was all about, the real activation of that truth, that we can only move into peace and harmony and healing and restoration and wholeness globally, where all's needs are considered if we look at our own reflection and take personal responsibility, personal accountability. And I think he felt such personal responsibility and personal accountability for this, that, there's a thread of him that's still like earthbound. And, that's one of the things that's been coming in for me with this kind of work since I was a child, is a lot of times the energies that come in for me, they need to have a little assistance, kind of really just allowing themselves to be free and know that they don't need to hold anything for their loved ones that they left behind. And in Michael's case, I really feel like he still feels this thread of connection to his fans. And he has some of the most you know, devout fans still to this day that you will ever encounter. And I was last night listening to some of his music, and I was checking out some of the different comments on the videos, and just so many beautiful words just of love and support and reverence for him, you know, even to this day, just like so many comments, just showing love and appreciation for Michael. But there's also a lot of comments where, you know, there's people that are actively pulling on his energy, like actively, like, Michael, I need you to come and help me with this. Please come to me, talk to me. Okay. It's in the comments on videos. Okay. And through his music. Right. So we have to remember that when we're looking at Michael Jackson, his music is an extension of himself. His music is very much an extension of himself. It is him. It is the soul of him. So when you're, you know, taking in his music and then you're like trying to invoke him and call on him and tug on his energy, there's a part of you that's still holding him earthbound. And so this is part of what's wanting to come in is, it's time to really honor that, you know, he's fulfilled his earthly duties, all right? And enjoy his music and let him live on, but don't make him live on within the realm and the scope of having to show up to comfort you, to guide you, to give you support, because you're denying him the freedom to move on into that expansion of just being that one resounding note of love, which has always been the true essence of his being and his right, you know, he fulfilled his earthly duties. So he's bringing this piece forward. He is saying he feels a little bit like he's shy about bringing this piece forward. He feels actually a little bit, it pains him to bring it forward because he doesn't want anybody to feel alone, but he wants you to be able to feel his energy and his spirit around you through listening to his music, because his energy signature is still there. But when you're like praying to him, I have to be honest, like that is the energy of, you know, some of the fans, like it's almost like they've revered him like a demigod, like they've put him in this position. He didn't ask to be put in that role. He was a very humble person. And when you're praying to him and calling out to him for him to help you or guide you, you're holding his energy hostage, and that's not love. Okay, love is not like this. It's a soft, open hand. Okay, so if you allow the energy to be free, okay, and you release, and maybe this is something that's coming in for the fans. Maybe you never really got a chance to mourn, you know, the loss properly, and maybe you need to create some space for that. Maybe it would be helpful for you. That could have a lot to do with there never was the record being set straight. And I know a lot of people have felt a lot of hurt about what happened to Michael Jackson, what he went through, the way he was treated. And certainly near the end of his life, there was so much that was coming at him with the accusations of child abuse, which I can tell you that in dropping in with his energy, we're just going to get this out of the way right off the bat, because I think there's been too much press, you know, time, space held for, you know, this slander campaign, which really was generated by profit, the desire for financial profit. It must be understood that all the accusations that came forward later on down the road, it was revealed that people were all too willing to settle out of court, you know, for payoffs, that people had book deals on the table. Even Aaron Carter has gone forward and been very honest about. Aaron Carter spent time with Michael Jackson, loved his connection with Michael Jackson. And Aaron Carter's mother at one point was trying to bring forward allegations that something inappropriate had happened, and Aaron Carter spoke out against it. I'm sure you heard about the steps he took to get emancipated from his mother. That's why, because he knew that she was lying and manipulating for profit, for clout. And so there was a big setup energy around this. And also, he went through legal process. And if you do the research on it, it will clearly state that they did not find evidence that would support this, that anything inappropriate had happened. Now, we know that there were certain things, that people heard about that maybe aren't common in our culture, all right? Like the fact that he would have, sleepover parties with the kids. I mean, Neverland was designed as a place that was just like for children to, experience joy and happiness. Why? Because Michael didn't get a childhood, all right? So he was sort of expressing that through his adult life, and it gave him joy to give that to children who maybe were disadvantaged in some way, or maybe were struggling with illness or something else that was robbing them of their innocence and their joy as children. And because he had his position in life, he was able to facilitate this for them, to preserve this for them. And so it was like his gift, his legacy that he wanted to leave behind. And it was also a healing for himself, for the childhood that he missed out on, because he was working all the time as a child, and he had very set grueling schedule. And his father, who was the band manager, was a taskmaster. And yes, it did lead them to an incredible amount of success, but there also was very strained relations between Michael and his father. Again, we're not getting into all of that. All of this is very common knowledge. Michael had his own healing, his own trauma that he had to go through, and to make peace with, all right? And what's coming through very strongly from him is that he doesn't have any holdover residual stuff about any of that. He's at peace with all of his family. He sends love to all of his family. Like, all of that, just goes away. The moment that you shed this corporeal shell, all of that melts away. So all of these things, all these dramas, all these arguments, all the dissension that human beings are so caught up with on a day-to-day basis, all of that melts away the minute that you shed this physical form and you transcend this earthly dimension. And so none of that is even a factor now. It just isn't. And so there's no need for the perpetuation of this energy or the perpetuation of these lies, because the fact of the matter is, if you look cross-culturally all over the globe, the way that people relate to certain themes that Western civilization struggles with or considers taboo, there's a whole different approach in other countries. Okay, so it's not uncommon in other countries for whole families to share, sleeping spaces. It's just not. There's nothing unusual about that. It's also very customary, for example, in Indian culture, okay, because we're going to be working with our Ayurvedic Panchakarma here. I'd like to bring in this piece. It's very common for the family to start the day with giving each other abhyanga, that is massage, oilination, head to toe. It's a very balancing treatment, and they care for the family in this way, all right? In many different cultures, the family may even bathe together, okay? This is just, it's different in other parts of the world. Things like the human body, nudity also is related to in a completely different way in other cultures, other countries. But in the Western civilization and the colonialist programming, the puritanical programming in this country, there's a lot of shame. There is a lot of shadow qualities that have been sort of superimposed on what is truly innocent. And when I really sink into his energy, maybe he did have sleepovers. Maybe there were children that also wanted to, climb in that bed to sleep. That doesn't mean that anything inappropriate happened. When I was a little girl, I would go and visit my great-grandmother, Viola. She lived in Indiana, which is where Michael Jackson is from, where he was born, Gary, Indiana, okay? I would go and visit my great-grandma, and she had other beds in the house, but she was always like, come sleep with your grandma. And I did, and I loved it. I felt like so cozy and safe. Like my grandma was just a totally loving person, you know? She was a God-fearing woman. She was very active in her church, in her congregation. She wasn't part of the Jehovah's Witness, different side of the family, okay? The Jehovah's Witness aspect comes from my father's side of the family. I'm not sure what branch of Christianity she was involved in. It might have been Baptist, I'm not sure. But she was very active in her church. She used to make these big Sunday suppers for the whole church. You know, she did her own canning, jarring. She had a cookie business. She'd make cookies and she'd ship them all over the country. I mean, she was just like, she was a broad from a different time, a different decade. You know, that was my great grandmother Viola, and I loved her. There was never anything inappropriate that happened. You know what I'm saying? So things that, may happen, in families in the United States that people don't talk about because they're afraid of getting accused of something, and another bird just flew by the window, okay, or there's some kind of stigma around it because of these weird, sort of rigid colonialist type of programming we have, which is largely in place to exhibit control, and control over what? Control in the sense of keeping us divided, okay? So, you're only as strong as your family, and that certainly applies when you're a child, but even as you grow up, if there's friction within the family, that it can be very disempowering. And when we're looking at the global family, the global community, we have a big problem with divisory agenda nowadays. And really, for us to be empowered, we need to come together. We need that unity. So I often feel like a lot of these sort of rigid ideas we have about what conducts, appropriate, loving behavior, are things that actually keep us separated from the very love that we need to have healing and have unity. So just because a child may have wanted to climb up and sleep on the same bed as him does not mean that anything inappropriate happened. And in fact, as they did all of their investigations, they didn't find any evidence to corroborate this. They just didn't. They just didn't. And some kids that, got pulled in on this stuff, like they refused to back up what, accusations were made because they knew it wasn't true. And we got to think about this because kids are brutally honest. They are. They're brutally honest. So I think it's a shame that he wanted to give children this beautiful, amazing childhood that they never were able to have. Hold on one moment here. Yes. We're not even entertaining Tarot Destroyer, just banned from the channel. I've tangled with Tarot Destroyer before, most people have, but now they're effectively banished. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. I have a little nickname for Tarot Destroyer, call him Toilet Angel. We just flush that Shamone. See how simple it is? Okay, so that's the kind of space I'm holding here around this. This is why I don't usually do these things live, but it's okay. I feel good with this energy. I feel good. So, yeah, when I tapped into his energy, the first thing that came through for him, and this is the first thing he wants just addressed because he wants to just push it aside. He wants it to be done with. He doesn't want people to bring it up anymore. This is something that was very painful for him. And you notice that when those allegations started to come forward, that's when really you may have noticed his appearance started to change more progressively. And he did start to have more surgeries. But what really came through is that it was sort of like, he wants me to say this, and yet I feel like it's going to be very controversial, but this is what he wants to bring forward. It's almost like he feels like they tried to cast him as some monster and that they couldn't really see his true heart. So it's almost like he wanted to present this superficial image that would just give them the reflection that they had created, basically, you know, that in him altering his appearance, it was his way of sort of speaking his truth, that this distortion that you see in who I am, it has nothing to do with me. It's what you've projected onto me. And when his energy first came in for me, what came through very strongly was that the first thing he said is, okay, you're feeling my energy right now. I want you to tell me, do you think that I harmed children? And it was like laughable. It was like an impossibility. There's no way. There's just no way. And right as I'm, you know, tapping into his energy, and I said, no, I don't feel this in your energy signature at all. Ted came up. It was just like loving up. And I mean, I don't get any clearer validation than that with Ted. Ted also loves children, loves kids, okay? So loves kids, and will seek out children just to cuddle up on them, give them kisses, nuzzle them. So Ted is a very tender soul. So for me to be actively engaged with Michael's energy and to have Ted come in like that, just so doting and affectionate, that let me know like he's the real deal. And when I said, no, I don't feel this coming in around you at all, like it just feels like just nothing but a smear campaign, he brought forward that all of that, all to even make the accusation, okay, shows the dysfunction within these people. That there's something wrong. There's something wrong when we look at wanting to do right by children, wanting to give them a quality of life, wanting to play with them, you know, wanting to interact with them, wanting to value their voices, their contributions, wanting to make them feel loved and like they're not alone and that they are appreciated and that they are valued, and that, you know, wanting to mentor, wanting to spend time supporting children, all of these things. All of these things are aspects that you know, the Tarot Destroyer came back on. This is why I usually don't do. They have so many accounts. It's ridiculous. This person. You should always ban this person if you see them come up on their lives. Okay. And you see the blocking energy. This is the suppression energy. You know, the truth was really suppressed. And in fact, there were so many handlers in place with Michael Jackson near the end of his life, you know, feeding him medications, keeping him in this place where he couldn't really have that empowerment to even, you know, defend himself. It's sort of like he felt like he was stripped of his humanity with all of that. And so this is really just about restoring his birthright, what was taken from him, and letting him, you know, have the floor in a new way, so that the last words that come in around him are words of love and words that preserve his legacy. So I want to go ahead and just sort of, I want to clear that energy a little bit, okay? Because I don't appreciate this Tarot Destroyer coming in. And I hope YouTube, with me blocking this user, that maybe you'll really look at the multiple accounts this individual has. This person harasses readers on a regular basis. It's not the first time I've dealt with them. I think this person should be effectively destroyed. I don't think this has any place in our community. You know, it's something that really interrupts the offerings that are trying to come forward for the community here. So I'm just going to clear out this energy for a minute. I don't appreciate that energy that came in at all. Now you know why I usually don't do lives with this, but it really wanted to come in, and I feel like maybe this is a key piece here because that's the kind of energy that was around Michael. It's all this like blocking energy, suppression energy, not allowing the truth to come out, smear campaigns, superimposing, projecting a narrative on his life, on his family, you know, you name it. It caused a lot of suffering. And so it's really time to kind of like, let's clear that energy all out. Let's bring in the truth. Let's bring in the love. Let's bring in the contributions, the ashay, you know, of Michael that continues to live on so that he can rest in peace. Because while this stuff is still sort of lingering on the ether, like I was saying, it creates an energetic tie that keeps an aspect of his essence earthbound. And there really is a need to, you know, let him be free. Let him be free. And a strong piece did come in about fans, you know, don't call on Michael like you're praying to God, okay? You got to like, he feels too much love and he feels too much connection and too much personal responsibility. Like you're keeping his energy held back. And it's really time for him to be able to, you know, just merge into that love that is him and who he has always been. All right. This is so essential. So I'm just clearing this energy out. And now I'm going to get into talking about when he first came in for me, which was a pivotal point in 2009 when he came in as a guide. All right. He came in as a guide right as I was at this point in 2009 where I had finally, you know, gone through a soul retrieval, 2 soul retrievals, all right, 1 soul retrieval around the age of 22, 23 when I had my anorexia crisis. So first I did that soul retrieval. I called that soul part back. I worked with a kahuna from Hawaii, and they helped me integrate this soul part. That was a really intense ride, but I got through it. Soul retrieval is not easy. If you're curious about soul retrieval, if you want to know about soul retrieval, I actually have a playlist here. If you go down the homepage, all the way at the bottom, you'll find resources there, and you can watch those videos and you can learn about it, and maybe you can feel out if it might be work you might need to do. I do provide a template for being able to call your own soul parts back. I don't feel like you really need a shaman to do this work, but it does require a certain space to be held and a certain kind of grounding around it. And I've created that in that playlist so you can feel empowered in calling your own soul parts back. You know, I don't like some of the structures set around spirituality sometimes where, you know, you feel like you have to go to an intermediary to access spirit or to be able to create healing for yourself. It's just simply not true. And that's why I love Ayurveda so much, because it's all about personal empowerment. Okay, so you might want to look into that if what I'm saying is sort of like, you're like, what's soul retrieval? And it's like dinging something in you, you might want to look into this. So if you have any real big trauma history, this can be, you know, something that can kind of keep you tied to a specific time and place. Oh, this is interesting. Maybe that's the earthbound quality that's coming in around Michael, because to even be accused of what he was accused of was very traumatic for him. And he didn't really feel like his voice or his truth that he was trying to express around that was really able to be heard. And so perhaps there was a certain like soul splintering. Oh my goodness, this makes complete sense. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting a download, okay? I know how to help him, okay? I do soul retrieval work, so I know how to help him. I think this is what's part of what's kind of like keeping a little bit of his essence tethered, is that he didn't get to have this expression. So there was almost like a a soul loss. Okay, this is speaking shamanistically, that keeps him kind of tethered to this realm when he's meant to be free. Okay. Okay. All right. I know what to do to help out Michael. I do this kind of work. This is why I've often had, you know, mediumship activated for me since I was a child. I would have visitors. I'd have visitors come to my bedside, you know, at night, even as a real little girl, and I would help them get to where they needed to go. Okay, so I played this role for a long time. It's nothing unusual to me. It feels unusual to people. Sometimes when I'm working with people, mediumship comes in. I try to warn them ahead of time, especially when I do personal readings, that might happen, because people are really shocked that I know certain details and they don't understand. It's because it's not me. I'm just like, I'm a hollow bamboo, and I get out of the way and the energy comes through. It's using my voice, it's expressing itself, but my consciousness, it's not like I'm out of control. Okay, we're not talking possession. That's not what this is. It's just that my ego, my consciousness kind of gets like bumped out of the frame. So this energy can really be at the forefront of the consciousness, sort of like, you know, use my consciousness as a vehicle of expression. I guess it's the best way to describe it. So I think that this is what has been kind of like keeping a bit of his energy tethered here. That and just the fans are like, ooh, holding on to his energy, and they, you know, do your grieving that you didn't get to do. I hope that for those who have really needed to hear his vindication, that this provides like some kind of closure for you. And I do encourage you, maybe do like a beautiful candle vigil or something, just to build the light for him so he can really release this earthly life and move on to, you know, new adventures out there in the ether, and just enjoy being in that energy of love that's him. I think that would be a beautiful way to create space. And I'm going to create space to just sort of like untether that soul part that I think became earthbound because of the trauma of these accusations. Makes a lot of sense. The convergence point makes a lot of sense because I was healing a lot of these issues at the time that I was going through my therapeutic process when he came in as a guide. I'd had the one soul retrieval, and then I did a soul retrieval with Stephen Farmer for a child soul part from when I was about 6 years old. And that was very much connected to a trauma history for me, which I'm not going to get into. And during that time, Stephen Farmer let me know that Wolf Totem was coming in for me and was requesting to become a twin spirit with me, which means it's a real honor, but it's when your totem actually wants to merge and become one with your soul. So you are the same being in essence. And so this wolf totem came in wanting to protect my child soul part, because I'd had this wolf totem come in with an Indian chief since I was a little girl, you know, would come in, and I'd have dreams that would be brought in by this visitation from this totem and this chief, who I later came to know as Quanah Parker. I have Comanche ancestry, but Quanah Parker would bring in this wolf, and the wolf would journey with me through the woods. And the woods in Jungian psychology is considered the consciousness, the subconscious terrain. And sometimes when you're really starting to tap into repressed material, you'll start to have dreams of heading into the woods. And that's because it's sort of like, it's like an archetypal imagery that helps you navigate sort of going through that territory of the subconscious as you make the subconscious conscious. And there's a very powerful Jungian quote coming through that I refer to a lot, that is, until we make the subconscious conscious, it will rule our life, and we'll call it fate. Okay, so there's a lot of these threads sort of coming in, and I feel like these threads are coming in around Michael because he also had a trauma history. And so naturally, he would be drawn to children and feel protective toward children that also were dealing with some kind of trauma in their life. A lot of the children that Michael supported were, you know, came from single family homes where there was fracturing in the family. Maybe there was, you know, some kind of financial disadvantage, which, I mean, I grew up in poverty. I can tell you that's a trauma in and of itself, you know. And so that's why he felt so protective, because he could relate to that trauma just in his own childhood experience and everything he had to integrate, you know, as an adult. He was also a father, you know, let's not forget that. He had 3 children that came from his 2 wives. One of his wives, of course, was Lisa Marie Presley, another individual who could relate to these same themes. Okay, so there's this running current here that's tying into themes of abandonment, themes of trauma, themes of feeling isolated, lonely, misunderstood, and wanting connection. Okay, and maybe being seen different or unable to be related to, you know, just because of the lifestyle, the unusual lifestyle that he was brought up in since he first started performing at like the age of 5. You know, that's, you got to think about that. You know, he's been working day and night, you know, since he was a kid, you know. And I think that once he got older, and I can really relate to this, you know, I had a similar life, you know, just a lot of responsibility from the time I was really young, taking care of my siblings, you know, taking care of newborn baby, you know, my sister when, you know, I was 11 years old, 7 years old, taking care of my 3-year-old brother, you know, cooking meals, being a latchkey kid. Like, I took my sister, you know, to her first day of kindergarten. You know, I relate. I grew up, you know, very young. I had to be an adult from a very young age. And so there's some people, like, when they encounter me, you know, to this day, they'll think like, oh, you know, you're silly, or like they might think sometimes I have like sort of an immature sense of humor or whatever. I don't care. It's because I didn't get that carefree time when I was younger. So I can really relate to that aspect of Michael Jackson. It's like, yeah, when you don't have that, you know, when that was taken from you, and it is like being robbed of you, because you only get, you know, one shot in this life to be in that energy of that pure innocence, right? Where you look at the world through eyes of wonder. So when that's stripped of you, it's like just such a great injustice. And that's why he cared so much for children, why he safeguarded that for children, why he was so active in children's lives. Not because he had any nefarious designs, but because he wanted to protect that innocence and that wonder and that joy that he had stripped of him. You know, it was like a redemption for him to do that. So we can just clear away all this nonsense. A lot of people have gone on the book, clearing his name to this date. Macaulay Culkin has cleared his name to this date. Okay, so it's time to really like let this sleeping dog lie. All right, because it was totally motivated by greed, and unfortunately, it's marred what is his legacy, and it's time that that legacy is restored and his crown is straightened. All right, so I think that's enough. That's all we're going to bring in around that. But at this time when I was going through the second soul retrieval, the reason why Wolf Spirit wanted to merge with me was because it was around some really vulnerable material. Okay, very traumatic, vulnerable material, and that's why Wolf Totem wanted to merge with me and continues to be my twin spirit, is for protection. It wanted to protect the young part of me, and this is when Michael came in for me as a guide. So I think it's perfect segue into bringing in the beauty now. Michael came in a dream, for me. This is how he first made his appearance as a guide. This is often how guides will come in for me. I lucid dream. I get a lot of interaction in my dreams. I'm conscious in my dreams. I'm able to freeze frame dreams. I'm able to change scenarios. And I get a lot of prophecy that comes through dreams. I've had a lot of world events, come through in my dreams. Some examples of that are 9/11. I had a dream about that. The tsunami that happened in Indonesia, I had a dream about that. The 747 that went down in Russia way, way, way long ago. Gosh, what year was that? I want to say that was around 2008. I can't remember the exact time frame. I got that come in. Okay. So I do pick up a lot of stuff globally. When I pick up stuff like that, even cross-culturally, different spiritual traditions, when different spiritual lineages that are outside of my bloodline have kind of like introduced themselves to me, which I didn't understand for a long time what that was about, but I do now. It's because I'm meant to kind of like help people connect with their roots. That's all I am. I'm just like a finger pointer, like, oh, do you know about your spiritual lineage? Here's a person, here's an elder you can go talk to. That's why I have a lot of cross-cultural energies come in for me, because I help facilitate connection for people with their ancestral bloodline, spiritual roots and traditions, which I think is beautiful, and it's a very sacred position to be put in, and I'm humbled by it, and I'm grateful for it, because it's been an absolute joy for me to see people connect with, their spiritual traditions of their ancestry. It's amazing what happens when you tap into that bloodline. So in that essence, Michael and I kind of share this like kind of global theme, different expression, but still, that kind of energy, that essence. So he came in for me in a dream at this time when I was processing my soul retrieval, and I was having a lot of lucid dreams at that time, and they were very terrifying dreams because I was confronting directly the trauma. And this is what happens with soul retrieval. You relive the trauma that you were not able to process at that time. That's what causes soul loss, is you encounter some kind of trauma, some kind of experience that is so heavy, so intense that your psychology at that point in time cannot handle it, cannot process it. And so there has to be like this splintering off, this severing of that part of the consciousness, that part of the soul's essence. They deal with soul retrieval in psychotherapy as well. It is a thing. Okay. So there's two different ways that you can look at this. It's coming in very strongly with Michael, and I know why. I now understand why a thread of his energy is tethered here, but it's wanting to come forward in general. And maybe there's a piece he really, really strongly wants to drive home about this for the collective out there, okay? But there's this piece about, I gotta think of the right way to say it. When we're looking at it shamanistically, okay, which would be from an indigenous tribal perspective, it's an actual splintering off of your soul. You go through something traumatic and you experience soul loss. A part of your soul, your very soul's essence, becomes fragmented, fractured, and becomes attached to that time and space. You then go on from that experience where you always feel like a piece of you is missing. You don't feel whole. And I think that's why when Michael's energy came in, I felt this intense, almost anxiety, vulnerability, and almost fragility around the heart. It made me want to cover his heart. It made me want to like put balm on his heart. It made me want to go, oh, it's okay. It was the same feeling the same essence I felt when I was going through my soul retrieval and he came in for me in this dream. During that time when I was integrating that soul part, that child trauma, I would howl at the walls, and Wolf would really come forward in me at that time. That's why Wolf was there to help me hold the grief, because that part of me, that part of my soul was still too fragile to do it alone. That's why Wolf came in as a guardian. So it's very interesting, these polarities, that as Michael's energy came in just before full moon, I felt that fragility, the same fragility. And I even comforted the energy within my own heart, because I could feel his heart, like in my heart. I could feel his heart's essence. And so I started doing the same thing I used to do to myself as an adult, as I was integrating this child soul part at the time he came in for me. I was patting my heart, and as I was rubbing my heart, and I'm like, oh, honey, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay for you to be in this softness. It's okay for you to be in this vulnerability. And as I was doing that, Ted was just like rubbing all up on me and just nuzzling and giving so much love. So I'm kind of like, I wasn't expecting this. So I'm having sort of a mind blown moment right now. This is it. This is the key. This is the key. I'm being asked to pull out an angel card on this. Hold up. This is a key point. He wants something brought in around this right now, and he wants me to bring in the angels. He's very connected to the angel energy. All right. So this is the only tarot deck I'm going to be working with that will kind of accent certain points he's bringing in. There's something he's wanting to bring in around this. As I'm shuffling, I'm going to bring in the dream that came in at this time. So I was doing a lot of self-comforting. Oh, I got such sentience. I know I'm on the right track with this. Okay. Thank you for the confirmation. I appreciate it. It's really intimidating to do this for Michael Jackson. Okay. It felt like almost too much of a responsibility. And I appreciate that he kind of kept putting it off, because I think he knew that I needed to be in a space to really hold this energy. I feel intimidated, bringing it forward. I feel like it's a huge responsibility, and I just want to pay it the proper respect, and I don't want to do him a disservice in any way, and I don't want to do a disservice to his family in any way. It's like this energy still wanted to come in. I feel like there's a big correlation point here. Three more shuffles. I just heard it. All right. He wants me to do it in my usual way too. I have like the cutting process I normally do. All right. He's like, let the angels talk for a moment. See, his energy's like that. It's like very protective. Okay. Yes. In reverse, Knight of Cups. Okay. Ariel, perception and revelation, discovers hidden treasure, reveals secrets of nature. So see, this is like what couldn't be seen before. This is what I couldn't see about the connection before. And with it in reverse, it's like dealing with the subconscious material. Right behind that, we have Wheel of Fortune, Metatron. Metatron transforms the energy. So where this energy was obscured from perception before, where the revelation was not able to come through, the cloud has now been cleared, the cloud of confusion, now clarity reigns. Now we're discovering this hidden treasure. Now the true secrets of nature are being revealed. And this lower vibrational energy is now being refined with the Wheel of Fortune through Metatron. It says advancement and progress, teaches, guides, and records events in the book of life. Okay, so I just love the way this is coming through. I'm going to go ahead and put these over here. Okay, let's go ahead and just shuffle and see what wants to come through. What do you want to say about this soul retrieval piece? I mean, I get it, Michael. Okay, I get it. I'm asking right now for my guardian angel to be present, for the guardian angel that was connected to Michael Jackson, to be present, for a connecting angel to come through to facilitate connection between the angels so I can get a download on this. what is Michael wanting to communicate about the soul retrieval piece, because it's coming in so strongly? Angels, what is Michael wanting to communicate about this? There's some big thread of connection here. It's making a lot of sense for me right now. I think that that's the reason why he came in as a guide for me at that time, that I was going through this soul retrieval process with my 6-year-old soul part, because he saw my vulnerability, and it was a vulnerability that he recognized in me, because it's a vulnerability that he too has, you know, a vulnerability within him that, you know, was keeping him tethered to this realm. All right. That makes a lot of sense. This makes a lot of sense. So the way that Michael came into my dream at that time, my lucid dreams, is I was having these repeat dreams, and I would wake up with night terrors. All right. And I used to have night terrors when I was a child too. When I was very little, as far back as I could remember, I would just wake up in the middle of the night screaming. And I still sometimes get them if I'm going through a time of extreme stress. I recently went through a time of extreme stress, and I've had a few of these night terrors. And look, here we got strength. Just as I said, that flipped up. So this is the strength of the message. Do you see how there's these angels lifting this one up here? Okay. So this is what he's talking about. Okay. Loyalty, delivery from those who seek to oppress brings victory. Brings victory. So, you know, when you're doing this kind of work, when you're healing your trauma, it's so important to have support, to have others who help lift you up out of that oppression. And so that's why he came through at that time for me during the integration of my soul part through this lucid dream that I'm about to tell you about, to give me the strength I needed. He much played the role that the wolf played, you know, for me, and continues to play in my life. He also recognized this energetic quality within himself. I love this as victory. That reminds me of the victory tour that he did with his brothers. He's speaking in this right now. Interesting. He wants to bring this forward, just his love and his appreciation for his brothers. He sees that his brothers have lifted him up and exalted him even in his passing, and that he just really wants to extend a lot of love in their direction. He knows that, you know, sometimes they would get on each other's nerves and, you know, have their little falling outs and stuff, but he's really just wanting to express gratitude, you know, for the way they've lifted him up. Really beautiful message coming through. There's also a real interesting piece with Victory and the Victory Tour, because recently there's been a lot of Navajo elders coming forward that have been talking about now is the time of the activation of the rainbow prophecy. And if you're unaware of the rainbow prophecy, it's a time when people from all over the world, all different cultural backgrounds, you know, all different shades of melanation, you know, are meant to come together into one great soul tribe called the Rainbow Tribe. And that this is what's going to bring peace and healing and restoration to the land. This energy has been coming in very strongly for me too. I've been getting that memo. I know that there's been some different prophecies around this that have already been coming to fruition. I know that not too long ago, just a matter of maybe a month and a half ago, 3 white buffalo appeared on the horizon, you know, in North Dakota, right up near the border of Canada. That's a prophecy, you know, white buffalo calf woman coming in very strongly. My own bloodline, you know, has been really activated with this in the downloads I've been getting recently. I'm going to be bringing in a lot of this, but there's a direct link with that with Michael Jackson, ironically, and it has everything to do with the Victory Tour. And I posted this video on the community board before, but it's like way buried. So I am going to post it again. Let me write it down here. I'll post it in the comments on this video because I don't want to lose this. The song is Can You Feel It? Okay. And it was done by the Jacksons, okay, on their victory tour. And they made a short movie for it. And I saw it recently, just as like this rainbow prophecy information started coming through for me about, oh, it's time, you know, it's time to like gather the tribes, like this kind of imagery had been coming in for me recently. Then I started seeing, you know, Navajo elders show up on, you know, my timeline, and they were talking about the activation. This is what happens. It's like when the bloodline starts to awaken, like it's like ping, 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 ping. It's like, you know, when you're in a circle, right, and you're holding space, and maybe you got a candle vigil going, what will often happen is one person lights their candle, right, and then they share that light with another, and it passes on and it builds the light. That's the same thing that happens when there's an activation of the wisdom of a bloodline. And so this was coming in very strongly. Right as this happened, and I already had Michael like starting to, you know, come in again for me recently. I'm like, well, he's back. And actually now it made sense, which, you know, I know I'm going a bit down a rabbit hole, but it's just the way the energy works. So please bear with me. When this started coming in, the Rainbow Prophecy, all of a sudden the Jacksons video from their victory tour, when they made this movie, it's like a short movie, and it's called Can You Feel It? It's for the song Can You Feel It, which is an awesome song, by the way. I love it. And I actually really like the music that the Jacksons did on the victory tour. I think that it didn't get the attention that it really deserved. There was some really good music that they put out at that time, and maybe there's a little piece of that too. Maybe Michael wants you to show his brothers some love too. You know, he kind of feels like they didn't get the respect and the attention that they deserved. You know, and it's not always easy to sort of be in more of a supporting role, like. And he didn't necessarily ask to be in that spot, you know, to have all the attention on him. And I think that was something that was very difficult between him and his brothers at times. Whereas he and Janet, you know, maybe because Janet was a girl, you know, he and Janet were able to have more of kind of like a real cooperative relationship around this. And she was, you know, very much holding her own in her own right. But, you know, you can see these same influences play out with the sisters. You know, it's the same kind of energy, maybe a little bit of like kind of like stuff that comes up when you're younger, you know, when you're a kid, that sibling rivalry kind of energy. But he's wanting to bring this piece forward, just about how gifted and how talented his brothers are as well, and all of his siblings. And he's bringing in this piece, you know, the family, our bloodline, you know, these connections. And even friends that are like family. Like this is what lifts us up. This is what gives us strength. But check out that video, okay? I'm going to pin it in the comments. This video, Can You Feel It? This short movie that the Jacksons made while they were on their victory tour. It came through on my timeline, and I was like, I'm going to watch this. This is unusual. I've never seen this. And I was shocked. It was like this moment where my jaw dropped and hit the floor, because the video is totally the representation of the Rainbow Prophecy. It's really wild. And so it's like just this other connecting point. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. So he's really kind of confirming with this card. He's like, yes, I came in to support you. You know, I came in to give you strength at a time that you needed it, because he recognized the vulnerability in me. And he recognized the vulnerability in me because he has this vulnerability too. You know, there's a part of him that's still kind of like attached to this earthly realm because of his trauma that was never resolved. But I'll help get that resolved so Michael can finally really release and be at peace and have that grace that he deserves. You know, have that freedom that he deserves. So I'm kind of like opening up some real vulnerable territory here, but it's what needs to come forward. And if Michael's able to be this vulnerable and has me, you know, acting as the mouthpiece to relay these messages, then I have to be willing to go to that place with them, because that's what it means to not leave someone alone. It means that you go right into the thick of it with them. I've talked about that a bit here on the channel. You know, you have the willingness to go through the fire with someone, to go like right into the center of it, right into the deep pain of it, and this coming very, very forward. So it's sort of like, you show me yours, I'll show you mine. Like, you know, you show me your vulnerability, it makes it safer for me to show my vulnerability. And he's kind of asking for this spirit to come forward in humanity right now, to take the risk, to be brave, to take the risk to be strong, to allow your heart to be seen, to allow yourself to express yourself transparently and with honesty. Because when you do that, automatically you're ensuring that people don't feel alone. And sometimes that's all people need, is they just need to hear that there's somebody else out there who feels what they feel, who shares a similar experience. And it's amazing what a source of connectivity that can be. He's bringing this forward very much, even in terms of online interaction, just what a great support that can be, you know, in terms of the global online community, to have us using this platform as a vehicle for authentic expression, where we really let down our guard and we allow ourselves to be witnessed, because in doing so, then we can really form a global network of support, and we can hack that algorithm, you know, which I've been talking a lot about here, and it does make a difference. It really does. And as we hack this algorithm, we hack the matrix, and we can shift the whole scope of reality. Then we can move away from divisory mindset, and we can head instead towards this unity consciousness, which is really a central goal here. So I'm going to share the reoccurring dream that I had at that time, that I was processing this horrible trauma from my childhood, which is why I needed to do the soul retrieval, and why Wolf, the Pathfinder, came in for me to protect me, and why Michael came into my dream also as a guide and a protector. So in this dream, I was running in the dark as a child. I would see myself at the age of 6 years old, and Wolf was running with me, and it was dark, and I could feel that something was chasing me, hunting me down. And I was too terrified, too scared to look behind me, because I felt that if I looked behind me and if I saw what it was, that it would absolutely destroy me. This is something that has been in my consciousness for a long time. It's like a smoke screen. I could only get so far with the integration and healing of my trauma, because there was a part of my consciousness that could not allow myself to see the one who inflicted the trauma upon me. There was a lot of like smoke screening, blocking, protection around it. So here I was, you know, processing in this lucid dream, active in my dream, my child self in the dream. So I was my child. It was like reliving the memories, and I'm running with Wolf by my side, and I'm crying, and I'm terrified, and I feel something chasing me, and I know it's the one who inflicted the trauma on me, and I cannot turn around and look at them, because something about the acknowledgement of this would just destroy me. Since then, it's been revealed to me. I'm not talking about that, because this isn't about me. It's about why Michael came in. In the dream, I run so far that suddenly I feel something like almost like grabs my energy, okay? And this was a reoccurring dream for me. I had this night after night after night after night after night for like a year straight. And I kept waking up in the middle of the night with night terrors, screaming. It would get so intense that there were times that I would like wake up and I will grab something from my nightstand and thrown it across the room, trying to throw it at whatever was chasing me. And I knew what was chasing me. But there was a big part of my psychology that was just like, I can't see this. So in the dream, there would come this point suddenly, after having this dream for a long time, continually waking up with these night terrors. I had this one night where I was going through the same sequence and I was running really fast, and all of a sudden I felt like some force come in and like swoop around my child part, my child soul part, and the wolf energy, because wolf is the pathfinder. Wolf medicine is about finding the way through. And this energy came in and it pulled me out of danger and took me to this little secluded spot that was by like this little babbling stream. And it felt very covered, protected, safe, almost like this little nest, and laid me down, and Wolf laid with me. And then all of a sudden I saw Michael Jackson sitting with me, and he started singing "You Are Not Alone" to me. And I loved Michael as a little girl, so it absolutely makes sense that this part of my consciousness would be activated in my soul retrieval healing process. It makes absolute sense that his energy would show up for me as a guide, because my child self felt such a connection to him and felt such camaraderie, support, connection, friendship, kinship, you know, because of all the similarities in our upbringing, all the similarities that we share. He made me feel not alone. He made me feel like I belonged at a time I didn't feel like I belonged when I was a kid. So it makes complete sense that in doing the soul retrieval work around my 6-year-old self and having this reoccurring dream, that finally a part of my psychology linked with that essence that is Michael Jackson's essence and would bring that into my lucid dream state. And from that moment forward, during the whole time that I was integrating this child part, he would come in every time I had that dream, and he would sing "You Are Not Alone," and he would guard over me. And it's what got me through it. It gave me a tremendous amount of peace, just an unbelievable amount of peace. He wants me to bring in another card at this point as I start to go into the next piece. So once I completely integrated that child soul part and I finally got to the other side of it, then he came in one more time for me. And this was when I was about, how old was I at this time? Oh my gosh. Well, this was like the tail end of like, it was right before we headed into 2010. Yeah, right before we headed into 2010. I was going through a divorce at this time simultaneously, so it was a really intense period for me. I mean, because he showed up for me in those night terrors, I was able to like integrate that child soul part, and I was able to heal that trauma. It was actually really powerful. So a little time passed between this next experience where he came in, and in this gap of time that passed between me integrating the soul part and this next dream that came in, one other thing that got activated for me was all of a sudden, out of nowhere, because I'd been on a path, a fairy tradition path, so I'd really veered away from my traditional Christian upbringing as a Jehovah's Witness, which I share in common with Michael Jackson. All of a sudden, the angels came storming into my life. Now I work with both. I work with angels, I work with fairy, I work with the highest level of angels too. It's not uncommon for me on a day-to-day basis. I will call in the archangels, and I mean, I call them all in. I'm like, we're going to call in Michael, we're going to call in Raphael, we're going to call in Metatron, we're going to call in Hanael, we're going to call in Jophiel, we're going to call in Uriel, and let's just call in the seraphim while we're at it. And I'm very comfortable in holding the energy. I feel very safe in holding the energy. And I also call in fairy, and these energies are compatible. It's all the same energy. People will tell you you can't mix. It's not true. I do it on a daily basis. And it does nothing but provide me just like such strength, solidity, protection. This is why people that try to do workings against me, like it doesn't work. It doesn't work because of the energies I'm aligned with and what I hold. And it can be like this for everybody. It's just about what you allow yourself to tap into, right? So anyway, I hadn't been in touch with the angels at that point, though, because I really viewed them as like a vestige of my Christian upbringing. And I'd really veered away from that. I'd gone the opposite direction into paganism. Why? Because it kind of ironically, when you grow up as a Jehovah's Witness, the first thing you actually learn about is paganism. Like, they give you such a thorough education in paganism. I knew that all of these Christian holidays were not really Christian holidays. I knew that they were pagan in origin. I knew that Christmas was not even Jesus's birthday. Jesus was born during the harvest season. Okay? They had to absorb the pagan traditions in order to get the heathens, you know, to come into the fold. This is when Christianity became more about control. Okay, control. And they had to, the only way they could convince, you know, like the heathens to come in alignment, you know, with this system of control, because it must be understood that the Bible is a book of alchemy. It must be understood. That's what, you know, when it says first there was the Word and the Word was God. That is the fact. Like, we speak things into being. The whole Bible is like one big parable. It's very metaphorical. It is very bardic almost. It's lyrical. It's poetic. It's not all meant to be taken, you know, literally. It's not. That's actually a distortion of it. It's more of a musing energy. And if you really, you know, look at like theologians who make it their life's work to study scripture, if you really study, if you look into people like Elaine Pagels, okay, if you really start to like do your research, you will learn that the language that the Bible is written in, those Dead Sea Scrolls, all that ancient information that has informed the Bible that we've come and known today in the Western world, that language is impossible to be translated into English, because there are concepts, there are things expressed in that language that there are no English words in existence for. So much of the heart of the Bible is lost in translation. And if you even look at the Bible, there's all these pieces like, hey, Solomon, you know, King Solomon was one of God's favorites. Solomon was a sorcerer, okay? And Solomon had to go through a refining process to learn how to hold power in a balanced way. There's so many lessons about this through the Bible. It's amazing. Now I can understand it on a different level that I couldn't relate to it as a kid. Because as a child, and much like Michael Jackson, you know, there was just this sense of being considered a freak or a weirdo or not fitting in, because why is it that if God loves us so much, why is it that we don't get to have these wonderful things like Christmas, like birthdays, like celebrations, these happy times that all these other kids get to have? Why do we have such a hard road to hoe, you know? Why do we get to be these misfits and these weirdos that nobody gets, which makes us feel lonely and isolated? Like, these are all key points that I can really tap into and relate to that Michael went through. And this is why he had so much magic around him. This is why he had Neverland. This is why he loved kids so much. I freaking get it. It's like now where I'm at, you know, at this stage, I love Christmas. At a time when adults are like really burned out on Christmas, I love it because I never got to have it as a kid, ever. So for me, it still has all the magic as when I was a child, okay? So, you know, this piece, I was really guided, you know, to all things magical as a kid. You know, much like Michael has a love for, you know, fairy tales, much as he loved Disney and loved Peter Pan and Tinkerbell and all of this energy. I was of the same ilk. Like, I loved the Smurfs, okay? I loved them. It was my dream to, you know, find a gnome, find a fairy, keep it as a pet. I would go out looking for them at night, you know. back then in the 70s, we got to play out at night. We didn't have to worry as much as, you know, we do these days. There was a lot more innocence at that time. Generation Xers, you know, it was a wonderful time to be alive, to be a kid, to grow up. I mean, I so wish we could go back to that time in so many ways. I mean, for all of this like PC stuff, everything that's come forward, it's actually made it really difficult for people to communicate. And communication is so key at this juncture. Like, I just feel like there's so much that's been lost. You know, things have become more convoluted. Things have become more confusing. The world is more divided than it ever was. You know, it's just like, I just miss that time. I miss that time. But I really felt conflicted because here I was, you know, indoctrinated into a religion. Okay, I didn't get to choose whether I was going to be a Jehovah's Witness or not. I was born into it. It's just like, this is what you are. And who I was at the core ran really contradictory to a lot of what they brought in. And I was always very astute and sharp and discerning. And I always had questions, and I would bring things in at Bible study, and I would get in trouble. And there was never any answers to my questions. I wanted to know, why can't women prophesy? Why? Why can only men prophesy? I get messages. Why am I not allowed to share them? Well, that's just what it says in the Bible. Okay, well, but then doesn't it say that men and women are equal in the Bible? I would ask these kind of questions, like at 7 years old. I'd say, wait a minute, you know, it says that God is not vain, but I don't understand. Poor Abraham, all he wanted was to have a son, and he suffered. He was long suffering. He prayed for this for the longest time. He showed his love and his devotion, and then he finally had Isaac. Like, why would God, knowing how much, if he knows everything, right? I mean, this was me, 7 years old. Just gives you an idea of who I am. Why would God put Isaac in this position to say, hey, I just want you to go and sacrifice your only son that, you know, you prayed forever for me to bring on through, but now I want you to kill him in my name, and that's going to prove that you love me. I thought this was really like narcissistic, to be honest with you. I thought this was a horrible story. It made me think that this was somebody that I didn't want to follow. And so I would bring this in to Bible study, and they never had a freaking answer for me. So I was always in trouble. I was always in trouble. She said it's the father and the two sons. You know, I was always in trouble. I was always in trouble. And I felt, you know, awkward, and I didn't fit in. And one thing that's interesting, though, is that I did get an accurate education about Christianity, and that is that true Christianity doesn't include things like Christmas. It doesn't include things like Easter and these traditions, because these traditions are actually pagan in origin. So I had this real deep education in paganism, which is very interesting. So everything that I was drawn to was in alignment with that. I didn't feel like church is a place that can be contained within four walls. Blocking energy is coming around this. Nature was my church. Laying in a field and staring up at clouds drifting by and watching the clouds morph. And I feel like right now I'm also like, my energy, Michael's energy, this is the way it is. I'm not looking at comments right now. Okay, I'll look at them later. In fact, I'm going to just kind of like move over here because I don't want to get distracted when I'm channeling. But I'll drop in a minute, okay? Right now, as I'm talking as me, but I'm tapping into his energy. It's the same thing with him. It's like I used to lay in the fields and I'd look up at the sky and I'd watch the clouds morph and make pictures, and they tell me stories. And that's my church. That's when I feel connected to spirit, when I'm sitting on the roots of a tree and I'm feeling it drawing up wisdom from the core of the earth that's like coursing through me. That to me is God, goddess, manifest. And of course, I'm going to resonate with a God that is a reflection of me, and I'm a woman. So naturally, yes, I always had love for the Father, the Heavenly Father, but I also have, you know, native blood. I have Comanche blood. And so it's not just about Father Sky. It's also about Mother Earth, the provider. That's something that me and Michael have a lot in common in regard to, you know. I always felt connected to the earth. I always felt a stewardship toward the earth. And so does he, you know, so does he. So does he. So, long story short, I hadn't had anything to do with the angels for a while because my whole time when I was growing up as a kid, I was told that, you know, everything that I was drawn to, fairies, gnomes, questioning, you know, exercising critical thought, that this meant that I was somehow bad, that I was somehow evil, that I was somehow demonized. And there's just so much fear imposed on me around something that's supposed to be about love. And it took years and years and years. It was traumatic in and of itself. It took years and years and years and years and years and years and years of unlearning, unraveling, unpacking. I'm getting from Michael, it was the same for him, same process for him, this unlearning, 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 unlearning. He later did go to give his own children Christmas, you know, because he knew how much he suffered as a result of that. All right. So there's like these parallels coming through. So when the angels came through, okay, Michael came through and he helped me out through my soul retrieval for my 6-year-old self, entering those traumatic dream states with me, singing "You Are Not Alone," holding space for me. Then he like went away for a little bit and the angels came in just like so intensely. And I was like, why are they here? I haven't been in touch with them forever. And yet they were so up on me. Like I was meeting earth angels on the daily. I did do a video about that. Maybe I can find that video, hunt down that video where I talk about my angel experiences, because it's not really what's meant to come in here, but it's a touchstone point. So let me just write that down. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Hopefully I can. I talked about this before, the whole story behind how the angels got reactivated in my life. And as I've worked with angels, I've really come to find that everything that people say about working with angels, that you need to be very pious and that you need to never swear, and it's all nonsense. Let me tell you, they're spicy. I just looked at the bottom of this. This is in reverse. Yeah, the Chariot, Michael, perseverance, success in conflict, overcoming adversity. It's like, no, you know, Michael's kind of saying, no, sometimes, you know, you do need to be in that place. There is such a thing as righteous anger, you know. There is such a thing as speaking harsh truths, you know. Sometimes you're not meant to just like transcend these things, but you actually got to get in the muck and you got to, you know, sort it out. I mean, Michael's energy is a warrior energy, all right? So I had the angel activation come in so strongly for me. I'm like, okay, this is really weird. What's happening to me? I'm going through this soul retrieval around my 6-year-old soul part. I have Michael Jackson coming into me in my lucid dreams, and he's like protecting me, and he's singing "You Are Not Alone." Now he's gone, and I got all these angels coming in. My life is becoming this really bizarre experience where I feel like I'm operating in alternate reality. I'm having thoughts, and it's instantly manifesting in the world around me. It was just a really confusing, disorienting time. It put me through a lot. That was one mock-up on my path. It was very difficult for me. And this was tail end of 2009 throughout 2000, clear up to, I'd say about 2012, I went through this, all right? It just like ripped me open. So after the angels came in, I had this lucid dream come in that brings us to the present moment, okay? So this is something that came in for me way back then, okay? I probably had this dream come in 2011, all right? So this is a ways ago, 12 years ago. 12 years ago? It's like 11, 12 years ago this came in. I don't have an exact date. So I had a lucid dream one night, And this is after Michael hadn't come in for a while. I was well on the other side of integrating, you know, the childhood trauma where he was holding space for me as I was running away from whatever was hunting me down, which I'm now aware of what that factor was, and that's been integrated. And all of a sudden he came in on a lucid dream one night. And this is what ties into the present moment. In this dream, I was in a huge auditorium. I mean, just massive auditorium. So many people, myriads of people, hundreds of thousands of people. And they were all fighting with each other. They were all screaming and yelling at each other. And there was every opposing group you could think of. You know, you had all the different races fighting each other. You had cops fighting vigilantes and anarchists. You had, you know, political parties. You had the 1% and you had the poor people. Every polarity you can think of. You had the hippies, okay? You had the hippies and you had the cops, you know? You had the Christians and you had the pagan. I mean, just every counterbalancing point you can think of. They were all there in this giant, humongous, like Coliseum auditorium, fighting. And I was standing in the center of it, and I was listening to everybody arguing, and it got deafening. It's like it was scrambling my brain because I was lucid dreaming, and it started to scramble my brain. It was just so much division and discord, and it felt like an entity. Like the division itself felt like an evil entity. And I don't know what snapped in me in that moment of lucidity, but I just suddenly just like dropped to my knees and I screamed out, "Stop!" And all of a sudden, the whole Coliseum fell silent. And it was then that Michael appeared in my dream. And I'm like, all right, what the hell is going on here? And Michael said, it's time. You're ready for this. I mean, you're not alone. I got your back. And so I started talking to this Coliseum of people. And I was like, you know what? I'm really over it. I'm over all the fighting. I'm over all the division. I'm over all the arguing. You know, none of you are right. You're all wrong. You're all wrong because you think that there's division, and there's not. We're all one energy. And the one core truth is love. And here you all are fighting with each other. It's like you don't even know who you are. You've forgotten. And if we're going to get to the other side of this, and if we're going to be able to overcome the problems that face humanity, we got to learn to communicate with each other. We got to understand, how did this ignorance come into being? Now, when I'm talking about ignorance, I'm talking about we had KKK in there with all the black people, all right? And I can't even relate to this. I brought this in an earlier video and I never finished my point. This was just like a few days ago. And now I know I never finished my point because I'm meant to bring it in now, okay? I'm meant to bring it in now. I've had experience with the KKK. Now you look at me and you go, no, you haven't. No way. I mean, you look at me, right? For all intents and purposes, I move through this world with white privilege, right? Even though I'm not totally white. I'm not. I have other ethnicity in me. Namely, one being Comanche, but it's not the only. I'm not going to get into a breakdown of my background, but we really need to move out of this mindset that, you know, melanation has anything to do with somebody's roots, with their cultural background. You just don't know. You just don't know. Even in Africa, you know, direct, you know, bloodline ancestry, you'll find albinos. Facts. Okay, so this is a silly division point. It really is, because at the end of the day, we all come from the same source. It's all the same energy. It's just These are different expressions of the one energy, our outer appearance. It's not the core truth. I'm hearing hawk is going off in the background. That's messages from spirit. Hawk is one of my life path totems. So I'm bringing this piece in because it's significant, because you may look at me and go, oh, I don't understand. I have no idea. I wouldn't get what anybody's dealt with. Like, you've never had to deal with the KKK. Oh, yes, I have. Yes, I have. Because you see, the KKK doesn't just hate people according to the color of their skin. They just hate to frickin' hate. And they hate the Jehovah's Witnesses. They do. They hate them because they preserve a lot of traditions that are in alignment with Jewish traditions. They have Sabbath on Saturdays, not Sundays. That's when we would go to church, okay? And there was a big assembly. Ironically, the parallels. It's funny. I like how Michael works here. There's the parallels. We're going to the assembly, okay? And it was at the Cow Palace in Oakland, and people from all over the world, Jehovah's Witnesses from all over the world, would gather at these assemblies, and there'd be like theatrical performances to illustrate the stories of the Bible. There was a lot of preaching. There was time for us all to just connect as a global community with our spirituality. So I was about 7 years old at this time. My brother was about 3. My sister wasn't born yet. She's the youngest. I have 2 other siblings, and she didn't even come into our storyline until I was about 11 years old, about to turn 12. Okay. So at the time it was just me and my brother, and we were going to the assembly, and I was really excited because I had a lot of love for God. I really did. And when I was a child, I felt like I was one of the 144,000. Every year I wanted to partake of Passover. I wanted to sip the wine. I wanted to have the unleavened bread, and I was never allowed to, And in Jehovah's Witness religion, they believe that, they're at the end of times, you either, go to heaven with God as one of the 144,000, or you get to live in a paradise forever on earth. And my mom would always say, you don't want to have the bread. You don't want to have the wine. You want to live forever on earth. And I said, no, I don't. I would rather be in heaven with God. That's who I was as a kid. I would pray and pray and pray. I was very devoted to God, very devoted to Jesus. It was very core and central for me. And I simultaneously loved the fairy and all my magical stuff too. There was no separation for me. I was just told that those things that spoke to my heart, my soul, that magic, that it was evil. But how could it be evil? Because I was a child who had so much love for God. So there's this disconnect. Anyway, I would always get really excited about assembly. It's something I found a lot of joy in, and I loved it. I loved the theatrical performances. I loved this kind of celebration of it. I loved getting to meet different people and just having all that energy gathered in one place. And I'll never forget that it was my first assembly, and it was a big deal. And it was at the Cow Palace in Oakland, California. And I'll never forget that as we drove into the Cow Palace parking lot, we had to go through the gauntlet. And the KKK was all out there in the parking lot in droves. They had a cross lit on fire. They had their hoods on to hide, their faces, because they're cowards. They're cowards. And I'll never forget this, them shaking our car, pushing on our car. And I remember just like the yelling, and they were even hitting the window. Like, I'm in the back seat with my brother, and they were hitting the windows in the back seat of the car, yelling at us, talking about we deserve to burn, that we deserve to burn in hell. I mean, it was horrible. And I was a child. So I know about these energies. I know about the ugliness in the world. I know all about, the division points, the hatred that's in the world, the ignorance, the ugliness. I also know about the racial inequities. I do. I know about it. I may move through this life for all intents and purposes as a white woman, but I've always had people with different backgrounds in my life. I've always been an open-hearted person. And that's just been part of my life, my whole life, because I have Black relatives. by marriage. My grandfather Ken was black. My uncle Bill was black. Like, there's been, you know, interracial relationships in my family. So it's like, my best friends when I was little, Abra and Tracy, they were my mom and dad's best friends' children who were an interracial couple in the 70s, Janice and Bernard. And it wasn't readily accepted back then. You know, I even dated, you know, I even dated a black boy, you know, when I was younger, and I suffered a lot of heat for it from both sides. He suffered heat for it too. You know, I know about this stuff. Ooh, Ted's adding his 2 cents. I know about this stuff. Okay, so you can't like look at things superficially. I remember being with my friend, you know, Rachel, and we would go down and visit one of my first spiritual teachers, Sivan Gar, down in down where she lived. Oh gosh, where was that? Was that in Fairfax? I want to say. It's been a while. Forgive me, that might be wrong. I want to say Fairfax. Anyway, we would drive down there, you know, to see her, and Rachel would drive, and every freaking time. Every time when we were driving home at night, Rachel would get pulled over and would get harassed by the cops there. Why? Because she's black. Straight up. So I know that this stuff happens, and I know about the inequities. And so maybe this is why this dream came through for me. But, you know, here I am. I get this whole coliseum of people to shut up. And they're silent. Now they're all looking at me. And Michael's like, it's time. You know, you need to sort this out. I'm like, why do I gotta sort it out? And he was just like, don't worry, you're not alone. And it's interesting because he like held my hands and he started singing We Are the World to me in this dream, in the middle of this coliseum with all these people who are now silent that were arguing before. And it was a weird moment for me in that dream because when I was a child, when I was 11 years old, I've been a singer, you know, my whole life. I was asked to lead the school in singing We Are the World because that was a big deal back then. So it was another real interesting kind of like full circle moment. So him singing me the song, it gave me like some kind of strength in the dream. And then I said, all right, this is what we're gonna do. And I started pulling out all these tables. They looked like cafeteria tables, like that you would see at school, right? And I made people who were on opposing sides sit at the table together across from each other. I'm like, y'all are gonna talk. Y'all are gonna hear each other out. I know you see each other as enemies, but the reality is you're the same energy. So you need to break this spell. You need to break this illusion. You need to come to a place of understanding how did this ignorance, this division point develop through non-violent communication. And I set the parameters of the discussion. And so everybody sat down, you know, cops sitting across from criminals, you know, black people sitting across from white people, you know, politicians sitting across from atheists, you know, and anarchists, and, you know, yeah, Christians sitting across from Satanists. I mean, you name it. And we all just stayed there until everybody worked it out. And in the dream, everybody worked it out. It was a pretty wild experience. I'm going to go ahead and turn on the comments here. Let's see. Let me see here. Okay. So Amy, has experience with this too. Wow. Wow. That's pretty, I'm going to put this comment up because I think that's, you know, it's potent. You can't say that people don't have experiences or that they don't understand where you're coming from. You know, you can't judge something superficially. Like, this is what people need to get over. We have to stop looking at things through such a filtered lens, you know, when we're looking at the problems that face society. It's something we really need to get beyond, because we're all in this shared experience together. And the reality is that nobody gets free. until we all get free. I don't care what nonsense you hear people talking about where they say, oh, you know, I'm ascending, or, you know, I'm in 5D now. No, I'm sorry, you're not. And nobody gets to bypass this experience until we all get out of it together. And so there's this real call that's coming forward. And I feel like this is really why Michael's energy is coming in at this time, and why this download wanted to come in, is because I realized that I just recently had the activation of that dream. And that's why his energy came back in for me all these years later. I often wondered, for years, I'm like, why did I have that dream? I don't understand what the point is. Like, well, recently, you know, on Facebook, I had this scenario, okay? I had this scenario where literally overnight, all of a sudden, I went from having, you know, maybe 100 followers, okay? I already had my, you know, close to 4,000 friends, all right? But for followers, I had like maybe, I don't know, 100 followers or something like that. It was a little over 100. Overnight, I went from having 100 followers to 10,000 followers, all right? And I was doing this work on Facebook. I was talking about opposing side issues. I was just like so sick of seeing all the division on the Facebook timeline. I was so sick of seeing all the polarization. I was so sick of seeing the way that there's this divisory agenda, and that people are totally letting themselves be programmed by the algorithm. And I just could not even handle it anymore. I couldn't. And I just like, I had to like just speak up about it. And I kind of did like what I did in that dream way back in 2011 with Michael Jackson, where I was like, shut up. And one by one, I talked about every freaking issue. And everybody was welcome to be part of the discussion. And we talked about some stuff. I was like, I can't believe I'm talking about this. Like, this feels dicey for me to talk about this. But it was really cool, because it was like blowing, you know, people's minds in terms of their belief constructs. Okay, and people were having different perspectives, and it was opening up consciousness. And as this was happening, there was a new kind of frisson that was developing, where there was a large sector of people who were like, oh my gosh, yeah, okay. And so it was bringing people together. And I started getting messages from people who are like, oh my God, I healed this friendship. Oh my God, I'm talking to my family again. We're working things out. Wow, I'm able to like get on the same page with my partner. So people were messaging me, and they were saying, I'm experiencing this healing. Like, wow, I never looked at it this way. I dealt with relationships between men and women and all the religious stuff, like everything. I think I freaking talked about everything. I really did. I think I talked about everything. And it took a lot of courage, and I was scared to do it, you know, but it really just drove the point home that PC culture is really working against us at this stage in the game, because there's become so many rules around engagement, so many rules around what's considered acceptable communication, that everybody just like keeps their mouths shut now. Now nobody's talking to each other. And what's talking for us now is the artificial intelligence, the algorithm. This is a serious problem. It is. It's the same thing that caused a problem with the Atlanteans. It's the same thing that's going to cause a problem with the native prophecy of Quantastasi, where technology and the greed and the gluttony for the pursuit of power ends up being the very force that becomes like an entity and destroys this world. You know, I really personally believe that this planet has hit the reset button multiple times, because human beings just can't get it right. And I'm all for inclusivity. I'm all for everybody being free to be who they are. But one of the major problems that we've had on this planet is that there's sectors of people, and it's across the board, okay? There's not one sector of people that's responsible, but there's sectors of people all across the board, whether that be a cultural sector, whether that be a gender identification sector, whether that be men or women or different spiritual beliefs. There's these sectors that feel like they have the right to impose their truth upon others and thereby silence the truth of others, which to do that automatically moves into the field of hatred and out of the energy of love, because love is all inclusive. Love understands soul one energy, and love is freedom, which is not imposing on other people how they have to view something, not imposing on other people the choices they need to make with their bodies, okay? Their own lives, their own relationships, their own self-image, the language they use. People can say that things were so repressed back when I was a kid, as a Generation Xer, but we were a lot more productive. We got a lot more things done, and we had a lot better communication, and there was much stronger work ethic, which is sorely needed right now, than there is today. You can't even talk to anybody anymore. You try to talk to somebody, what happens? Oh, well, don't refer to it like that. You have to refer to it like this. Or, oh no, that's not my correct pronoun. You know, I'm not picking on any one sector, okay? I have many, many trans friends, okay? I dance burlesque, okay? Everybody has a right to be who they are. Everybody has a right to have the freedom to be who they are. And I don't care what BS you're seeing on the media about trans people and all that propaganda that's put out there. It is not true. It is not true. I have shared a stage with many of these people. I have many of them that are dear friends. It's just, it comes with the territory of having been in burlesque, all right? You meet all kinds of people, all kinds of backgrounds. These are people that are aware that there's already stigmatism against them right out the gate. And because of this, they are very mindful of how they conduct themselves around children in particular. So all this nonsense that you're seeing on your evening news that's trying to put this really distorted image out there about them, it's not accurate. And now what it's actually doing is it's even creating division. Ah, Angela, it's good to see you. I'm so glad you're here. I've been wondering where the hell you are. Man, it's good. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for being here. It's even creating division within the, you know, LGBTQ, you know, community. You know, it's creating division. Says who about what, Amy Lay? Says who about what? What are you even referring to? I don't know what says who means. What does that mean? What does that mean? I mean, that kind of a statement's not even helpful. Says who about what? If you've been tapping into the polls, if you watch the videos that are being put out, there's actually people putting out videos now that are part of the lesbian community, the bisexual community, the gay community, that are saying we do not want to be associated with trans because it's marring our reputation and the rights we fought so strongly for. The media, the news is manipulation. It is. And the agenda is division. I don't even watch the news. If I hear about something going on, I don't look to American news because it's all programmed. I go through Al Jazeera news. Then I get an accurate picture of what's happening, at least somewhat more accurate. It's all suspect, okay? But the problem with all this stuff that's come in, it's not that there's a problem with somebody choosing to have that lifestyle. There's not. And I've known them to be respectful people. I actually have people in my life that have that background. See? Boom. Don't make judgments. If you don't have any trans friends, if you don't have any gay friends, if you don't have any bisexual friends, if you don't have any friends with different backgrounds, you don't really have an accurate perspective. You can't really speak on these things. And absolutely, this is the problem. Everything that's put out on the media is to cause division, to cause fighting and misunderstanding. So until you sit with somebody, and I'm just bringing this piece in because it's a really hot topic, And I'm actually going to bring somebody in that has this background, and we're going to hold really respectful space around it. We're going to bring in the concept of twin spirit here on Broadcabin, which is a native concept. It's very common in indigenous tribes to have this twin spirit kind of distinction, where somebody can really hold, you know, it almost feels like they're two different people, because they very much identify as masculine, but then they also really identify as feminine, and what they feel like may kind of differ from their birth gender. And unless you have actually sat down with somebody that's had this as their journey, and unless you have witnessed their pain and their trauma that they have, and what they had to go through to navigate that since they were kids, since they were children, and the confusion they felt, and the hatred they encountered from their peers, and their fears they have about just even being safe moving through this world, which is all generated by propaganda. You have absolutely no right to speak on it. You just don't. I'm sorry. You just don't. There's so many of these people that have wanted to die. They've wanted to end their lives because of what a great suffering this has been for them. All right. So we need to have more understanding that it's okay. You know, what one person's earth walk is, it doesn't have to be your earth walk. You don't have to be in agreement with it. You don't have to be in alignment with it. It's their life. And they're free to live it as they choose. Now, I will say one thing. Okay, because this is one topic we didn't tackle on Facebook, but I'm going to bring it in here because we're going to continue on with this revolution. I'm not going to stop doing this work. It's like a fire's been lit under my butt, and I'm actually going to get, you know, real faces put to these issues. I'm going to start having people on that are going to make everybody realize, like, we all need a re-education. We all have unlearning to do. All of us. All of us. All of us. There's not one of you out there that has it all figured out. I guarantee you. So this is a platform for education, relearning, and deprogramming. Okay, so we can get back to the heart of the one energy that is all about love at the end of the day. I will say this, because I'm a Libra. Okay, devil's advocate. We look at both sides of the issue. We find the balancing point, the judgment. I will say this. In terms of the transgender issues, and it's been largely inflated, okay, by media. Again, it's propaganda, but it still bears mentioning. Nobody should be making a choice about hormone replacement therapy or reassigning gender surgery when they are still a child. I think once you're like 21, if you've spent your whole life, you've gone through therapeutic process, you've had space held for this, you've struggled with it, you've tried to figure it out, and you still feel like, well, I was technically born a woman, but I feel like a man, it's your body, whatever you want to do. But that's not something that a child should be making a decision on. And I think that that's something we can all agree on, right? I mean, if I have to be 18 years old to get a tattoo, I certainly should have to be at least that old before I start taking hormone replacement therapy to, you know, become a different gender. I don't think it's a decision that a child is capable of making. And I think that's something we can all agree on. Okay. So doesn't that kind of like clear it up? Just let people be. All right. That piece wanting to come in very strongly. And I don't know why that piece is coming in strongly. It's very interesting because when Michael first came in for me, you know, today, he's, like I said, I've had an ongoing kind of like guide relationship with him. When he came in today and I felt his energy and was really sinking into it, I was like, wow, I can't really tell. Like, it doesn't feel masculine and it doesn't feel feminine, you know, it felt more fluid. And so maybe that's why this piece is coming in too. He did play with a lot of kind of like gender bending, sort of like aesthetic, you know, if you think about it. He did. He did. Yeah, I mean, I agree with this. This is a good point. Thank you, Angela. If you are old enough to die for this country, you are old enough for body autonomy. Yeah, absolutely. And that brings in a whole other issue, right? Mm-hmm. When we're looking at, jabs and things of this nature, your body, your business, and it has to apply across the board. There's certain sticking points where people are just going to have to accept. You can't all have it your way. There has to be give and take. That's what it means when we look at issues of conflict resolution and coming to a unifying standpoint. Now, I want to bring up the point of like anarchism, because anarchism gets a big, bad rap, right? And why? Because the media. Media presents anarchy as violence. They show images of people smashing up, cop cars, and oh, it's such destructive people. But do you want to know what true anarchy is? Look to Native Indigenous culture. They have an anarchist framework for society. The tribes come together, they form their own communities, they resolve the issues within their community. They don't have a need for jails. They don't have a need for cops. They work everything out on a communal level. They tend to the land. They work with solar power. They put in their own irrigation. They grow their own crops. They homestead. They don't need a politician. They're independent. And each tribe, each community makes their own rules, and everybody just minds their own business, and they let everybody respect the land, respect each other, and live free. That's anarchy. Anarchy is community gardens that feed the whole neighborhood. Anarchy is solar power. It's getting off the tip, of these power structures that keep us oppressed, right? So if you think you understand anarchy because you saw some stupid protest, which a lot is manipulated on the news to project a certain image, so you'll be afraid and you'll fall in line, then you don't really understand what's going on. Yeah. And I knew, some people would fall off there, but it's okay. More people will fall in. This is the reality. This is the truth. And people need to really understand that this whole system of, the current political structure, like, it's a dead horse. Like, you're flogging a dead horse. It's actually not even in play anymore. It's just sort of like a puppet show. It's sort of like a reality TV show. Like politics, like all this, you're like, oh, go out and vote. We got the power to the people. It's like, it's not real. It's not real. I'm sorry, it's not real. It's all to keep you in line. It is, because if you knew the truth, you would stand up and you would recognize that as long as we stay in this place of division, and that this absolutely has everything to do with Michael, you will see, okay, because I'm going to bring in his own quotes. Okay, I'm going to get this, I'm being told to get out these angel cards on the board and then pull out his quote cards that I made, okay, and we'll do one reading with it all together. This is the agenda, okay? Because if we continue to fight each other, if we continue to be divided, and if we continue to go, you did this and you did that, and I get to do this and you don't get to do that, blah, 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 we're weak. We're weak. They'll just roll over us. They will just roll over us. And now more than ever, we have an opportunity to really stand in our power. I'm sorry, people. The Western Empire is falling. We have like no credibility globally anymore. It's really time to like wake up and smell the coffee. Sorry, not sorry. It's the truth. And there's far too many people that are cloudy right now. They're not clear. They're not seeing things accurately. They're not acknowledging the truth. They'd rather put their heads in the sand. I'm going to go to the voting booth. This is going to change everything. And has anything changed? I'll wait for somebody to tell me that something's changed. Are we not in the worst position we have ever been? The whole world sees it. In fact, the whole world is uprising, and America is sitting here like, spoiled, entitled brats. Still trying to mind the business of what's going on in other countries, and meanwhile, leaving ourselves out to lunch. I know what I have to say is not popular. I don't care. It's the truth. Michael wants it brought in too. He does. You'll see when you see that video. Can you feel it that the Jacksons did on their victory tour? You'll see that he's right in alignment with this message. It may seem to you like, oh, Shannon's talking nonsense. This has nothing to do with Michael Jackson. No, it has everything to do with it. This is his vision. This is what he wants to see. He's always been a humanitarian. He is a person of love. He is a being of love. He wants unity. This is his whole core message. It's his life expression. And if we really want to honor him and honor his life, then we'll do the work it takes to get to the other side of this stuff. I'm not saying it's easy. I've had to sit and come to a place of forgiveness and understanding with some pretty, harsh people, where maybe at one point I felt like a lot of aggression. But what happens is, in the right space, okay, it's about creating the right space. There needs to be safe space created around it. There needs to be mediation created around it. There needs to be education for society around boundaries, around nonviolent communication. All of these things are essential. There needs to be more education in the ability to listen. People don't know how to listen. They don't. They enter in discussions just waiting to say their piece, right? Exactly. For decades, it was the only message. I mean, you can even see this with the hippies and, the yippies. Look what capitalism did to their dream, This energy is coming back around, the dawning of the age of Aquarius. We're about to head into it as soon as we move out of the final stages of the age of the Kali Yuga, which actually ends up happening for us right in the middle of 2025, right in around July 2025, when the nodes of destiny shift. Okay, right, we're going through right now is the final stages of the age of the Kali Yuga. It's the age when it was predicted by the Vedas, where apathy, greed, all of the lower vibrational energies are at the forefront. And I'll tell you, there's a reason why in some of the videos that I put out, which were the framework, that stuff that's in the disc curriculum that I presented here, there's a reason why as they go further in, you start to see me more kind of getting my ire up. And it's because the frustration in trying to get people to wake up, because the polarization is so strong and people just want to argue. They want to be right. They are not willing to understand okay, yeah, all right, so there is racism. There is hatred in the world. And what does that stem from? It stems from fear, which is the opposite of love. On the way to love, you'll first encounter everything that's unlike love, and that fear needs to be transmuted. How do we transmute fear? We transmute fear by pulling it in closer. We don't push it away. We pull it in. Why? So we can understand it. How did this fear get here? How did this sickness get here? How did this disorder get here? How can we transmute this energy? That requires communication. It requires the ability to step outside of yourself, look through another's eyes for a minute, and understand, where did this ignorance first take root? And we have to understand, we have to have a little compassion, because most of us have this programming was implanted in us from the time we were very young and impressionable, through the indoctrination of our school system, which was programmed for this division. And our news, which is programmed for division. This has all been mental warfare. Do you understand that we're all in need of assistance in overcoming this? And we can blow it. We can blow it, just like happened back in the 60s, where you had this beautiful, revolutionary energy developing. I'm really looking at it as a different way. I feel like the energy that was started then, it was good. It had momentum, but it had a little bit too much ire behind it. And you can't really fight fire with fire. That doesn't work. And I'm speaking from an Ayurvedic perspective right now, because today is the day that we're starting to kick off that Panchakarma work. So naturally, this is going to inform what I'm bringing forward. In Ayurveda, somebody's being really pitta. And let me tell you, Western civilization, capitalism, all of this is very pitta energy. Mind, greed, ego, it's pitta out of balance. It's when the fire is raging, it becomes destructive. Well, you don't treat it with more fire. If somebody's screaming and yelling at you, if they're being belligerent, what is going to happen if you go and you meet them toe to toe with that energy? Firewall. Firewall. There's nothing productive that can happen there except further division. In Ayurveda, you would treat with the opposite. Water, kapha, water, earth energy. Let's ground this energy out. I see you're activated. Obviously, this is bringing something up for you. Let's soften a little bit. Let's bring in some emotional understanding. Let's understand that when we're dealing with somebody that's coming from a place of hatred, it's actually them coming from a place of fear. Fear around what they don't understand, which is the ignorance. Where did that come from? Maybe I can sit down with this person. Maybe I can understand. Now, I know people who've done this work. I also know people who have done this work. I know a brother in particular. I know a Black man who has sat down with racists, and he's had in-depth conversations with them, and he's been able to change their minds. He's been able to get them to see the light. It's fierce, though. Is that those of you who are out there and you just want to continue to fuel this division, I'm going to bring it up. I know it's a touchy subject, but that fight that went down, and I'm in full agreement. I'm in full agreement. Those entitled people that pulled up to that freaking dock and that were preventing that man from doing his job and docking the boat, that had the tourists that, wanted to just enjoy their day. Like, that was such entitled, such crappy, shitty behavior, uncalled for, wrong. And when that man was just trying to do his job and those white people started, ganging up on that one man, to beat on him, I'm glad that his brothers and sisters stood up for him and came to his defense. And I do feel like that is an important moment, okay? I do feel like that needed to happen. But when we move to a place where we're glorifying that there is now a white woman who is not fighting, who's had the dog fuck beat out of her, quite frankly, and she is sitting and she is being passive and she is not doing anything anymore. She's not fighting. She still has people kicking her. She still has people hitting her. And then she has a man, a grown-ass man, come with a chair and hit her over the head, causing her brain damage, and you're celebrating this. There's a problem. Pot calling the kettle black. It's the same energy. It's the same hatred. It's the same division. And this is what the dead Kennedys were talking about in their song Riot. And I'm going to put that in the comments too. Okay, I'm going to pin it. I'm pinning all these resources. You're playing right into their hands. This is how they overcome us. They weaken us. It doesn't solve anything. And what really disturbed me about that whole display is how many women were supporting it. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? Are you kidding me? This grown-ass man just took a chair and hit a woman who was sitting on her ass, not fighting at all. I'm not saying she didn't initially, but she is well stopped at that point. And you're celebrating that a man attacked a woman like this. And then you're wondering why we have the problems we have. You're wondering why it's not safe for women to be on the streets at night. And that has nothing to do with race at all. That has nothing to do with the color of your skin. It's a respect quotient. It's a self-esteem issue. These are things that we need to heal. And we need to be brave enough to look at it. We can't just continue to bypass it. We can't continue to sit here and like fight with each other, argue with each other, because we're disempowering each other. And they're going to roll right over us. They're going to roll right over us. When the reality is, if we all just stood together, nothing could overcome us. And there's only one way to do that. And that's through love. That's through love. But you need to listen to that song. Write it, because it's the truth. Tomorrow you're homeless. Tonight it's a blast. You know, you got to really be aware of what you're supporting, the choices you're making, the stances you have. Is it really empowerment? Is it really empowerment to fuel a race war? Is that really empowering? Everybody needs to have a second look at that. I know I'm not bringing in popular stuff. I don't care. It's the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth. And if it activates you, maybe take some space from me, sit down, feel it out, lean into it, and I think you might come back around to what, I'm bringing forward here. And, I feel like I can talk on these things, okay? I can talk on these things. I do understand these things. Hello, you're on native land. You're on native land. My bloodline, had this land stolen from them. We were made sick by the government, who gave us blankets to take care of us and instead gave us disease. Forced on reservations, forced to live in poverty, have different agreements that were made, just totally like tossed aside. Now they're trying to grab more than their share again, I'm sorry. You got to look at it from that perspective. Now we got, bloodlines that are actually from different lands coming here, making a mess on native land. And native people are peaceful people in general, except for the tribe I'm from. The Comanche were fierce warriors. So we're a little out of pocket, and we need a little out of pocket in the name of justice. We need people that are brave enough to put some of this stuff out there that nobody wants to look at, nobody wants to talk about, because it's essential at this stage of the game. All right, let's do this. Let's get these cards. I feel like that's a lot that's coming in. Is it strange that I associate the age of Aquarius with a revitalizing of Christianity? Not really. There's a book called The Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ. So maybe you're picking up a little thread of that. I mean, really, like those scriptures, they're, when we're looking at Christianity and what it's become in the West is not really Christianity. I mean, Jesus is, was not some white, heroin chic looking kind of dude, I mean, it even says in the Bible that he had skin the color of bronze. Okay, so I mean, we know that we're getting like something really distorted with how Christianity's been expressed in this country. Okay, I think a lot of those roots have been distorted, and maybe it's the reclaiming of the true roots of what those those scrolls are really about. Perhaps, I don't know. I don't think that there's any kind of conflict, to be honest with you. I don't think it's strange at all, but that's because I personally, I'm going to just go ahead and put this up there just so people can see your comment. I personally, I blend all different cross-cultural, traditions. And to me, it's all one energy. And a lot of that has come just my being informed about the connectivity has a lot to do with that same quality that's been in me since I was a little kid, my innate curiosity. Like, I just have to know. So I research and I go down rabbit holes. And I mean, I've already traced like every deity, it doesn't matter the tradition, it doesn't matter the culture, there you can find it all intersects. It all intersects. There's no separation. It's just that people have a different way of relating to it according to, like, you know, their cultural background, you know, their economic status. I actually feel personally, just as somebody who's grown up poor, that the dividing line more so has a lot to do with economics, you know, and that is actually a very oppressive quality that's present in our society. And I have some ideas. I'm going to, in my business structure, I'm going to be presenting here on Broad Coven as I get things together in October, what I think is kind of like a new template, a new mindset around economics. And so I hope that the stuff that I bring in on this channel and how I move and that I operate is going to serve as a source of inspiration for other people about how they can start to incorporate these same methods in their life. And the more that we kind of do that, like this spark of inspiration, we use it just like that candle, like when we're gathered in vigil together as communities, we can use that light to light another person's candle, we can pass it on, okay? So it's not about having a Lord and Savior, it's not about having a leader, it's about we each need to take the role of leadership in our life, right? Exactly. He was. He also turned over tax tables. He was an anarchist. Just saying, he was an anarchist. He was against political structures. He was against all these religious divisory structures. That's why they did away with him. But here, like, people have associated him with the Republican Party. What the hell? He would be just horrified. He would be horrified. That's not even who he was. Exactly. Exactly. It's funny. It's ironic to me. It is. It's ironic to me. You know, it's like, I can't believe that people don't have these discerning abilities, but this is why. It's because everybody is tuned in to the evening news. Everybody is being spoon-fed the programming, and it is programming. Your like minds are being manipulated. See, I'm not subject to any of that. By the time I was, I've never been big on TV, ever, even as a kid. When I was a child, I enjoyed educational programming. I liked Sesame Street, Electric Company, Captain Kangaroo. That's it. I didn't like to watch stuff that didn't educate me. And Michael Jackson also is big on education, loves to read, you know, loved to read. That was a huge thing for Michael. He believed that reading books was like a way to travel. If you were not like in an economic position where you could travel and see the world, you could pick up a book. You could read, you know, about another culture. You could read about somebody who lived across the globe from you, and then you would have a deeper level of understanding. So I think I'm going to put together a book list too. I'm writing all this stuff down. There's going to be a ton of resources in the comments section on this video. Michael is like guiding me, like, you need to write all this down. Okay, I'm going to put in a book list. This book list is going to include Kevin Powell's book. I'm actually in his writing. I was in his writing group on Facebook until I had to get off Facebook. All right, Kevin Powell from The Real World. He's got a writers group on Facebook, and let me tell you, he's really doing so much good work for bringing people together. You should really check it out. I was in that group, and I was like one of maybe two white-skinned people in that group, and it was just so great to have this forum where we could all sit together and I could learn and they could learn from me, and we could all share creatively through our writing. I highly recommend that. So I'll put that down for those of you who are still on the Book of Face. I will never be on there again because they're at the meta is at the forefront of this advisory agenda. But I'm going to put together a book list for you all and some resources. I think everybody should read the book Native Son by Richard Wright. It is like a perfect template for this kind of energy that we need to be working with. I think Kevin Powell's writing workshop is free. And he does these Zoom gatherings where you can go and you can sit with him and also some like really like prolific rappers in the New York area are in there. Like it's a great learning experience and re-educational experience. Okay, so I think education, re-education, unlearning and re-education in a new format is a big part of the work moving forward, as well as, you know, nonviolent communication and understanding what it means to have healthy, respectful boundaries. All right, so let's see. We're going to go ahead and just shuffle here. We're going to let Michael bring in his piece because I'm really feeling like this piece needs to kind of like be closed up. I think he's feeling really pleased with the way this has gone. He just kind of wants to like put his final like, you know, words in the mix with the deck I made of all of his quotes. Okay, that he wants the angels to kind of like set the template, the framework around this read for the collective. And what we need to do to move forward towards peace and harmony and coming back into unity consciousness, into that like rainbow tribe mindset. And this is really like his wish. This is why Michael wanted to come forward. He wants to see this. He wants to see the restoration of the balance, you know, of life and respect for nature and respect for all the inhabitants of the earth and to move into a higher level of consciousness. So it's coming forward very strongly. All right. Whoop. Okay. All right. Oh my goodness, that's a lot. All right. Good confirmation cards there. So I'm going to put these all the way that they came out so I know how to read them. All right. All right. So I see that what we've done here today is good. All right. Though some people may have had to dip out, they'll probably dip back in. I realize that the role I've been put in, and I didn't ask for this. Okay. I don't even know why any of this stuff has happened with me. It's the position that I'm in though. Okay. So I'm not going to resist it for whatever reason. This is what I'm supposed to do. Okay. I realize that I can come off as sort of like very piercing or very sharp or very direct, but you need to understand that I have to hold that in order to bring the stuff forward that I'm bringing forward. If I came in here and I was talking about these points of conflict, and if I was like, so let's just bring some love and light around it, you all would trample all over me. You would. I have to bring it forward with a bit of brashness and a certain inner authority, you know, that can hold the space around it and that also can hold appropriate boundaries around it. It's just the way it is. These are all Michael Jackson's quotes. Every single card here are his own words, okay? So I'm going to let him bring in what he wants to convey about this. And this is going to be kind of like Mike's final words on matters, okay? We already know that he's innocent, you know. He was framed. There was a slander, smear campaign around him. Michael has always been, you know, a proponent of love. He's always been for unity. He's always been for elevation, education, transformation, personal accountability, living in truth and integrity. He's always been a person of heart. He's always been a person of, you know, not wanting anybody to feel alone, wanting people to feel supported. He's always been a defender and a protector and a supporter of children, okay? He's innocent. He always was innocent. And it's time to let this man, like, rest in peace and stop perpetuating this nonsense that has already been spoken against by multiple people who had personal experience with him, you know, as children, who have vouched for him. It's really time to, like, let this go. Let him be in peace. And for his fans, it's really time for you to accept that, you know, let him live on through his music, you know, let him live on through the memories. But stop praying to Michael. Like I see you all doing on some of these comments on videos of YouTube. Oh, Michael, please come to me in my dreams and help me. I'm dealing with this. I need. No, don't pull on his energy like that. You're keeping his energy earthbound, okay? And he's not meant to be here anymore. Like, it's time for him to be free. All right? He did his time. He did his time here, and it's not fair to hold his energy back in that way. Sometimes energies can linger and they can stay behind, which is when they usually come through for me, okay? Because I help facilitate that release. Sometimes they can linger because people are so resistant to letting go, you know? And especially with somebody like him who has such a big heart and cared so much for other people and their welfare, you know? Yeah. You think that it's going to be easy for him to move on to his peace, to his rest, if he's got like his fans like praying to him to come and help them? Come on, y'all. Yeah, Ted says, no, let the man rest, okay? Oh, thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. You know, overwhelmingly, Angela, I found that most people do appreciate what I'm doing. They're glad I'm doing it. They're glad somebody's saying it because they don't want to say it. They don't want to take the heat, you know, and I have taken a lot of heat, but it's okay. You know, at one point with some of the stuff that I had to bring in, I had like a whole freaking, you know, I had hundreds of people, maybe even more, I don't know. I had communities of people throwing juju at me. Yeah, that didn't work out so well. Soon they were putting up posts like, oh man, I got the juju on me now. It's like, yeah, why do you think that happened? Because my motivation is pure. I'm protected. I'm covered. I'm, you know, everything I'm doing is coming from a place of love. Like none of that's going to affect me, right? None of that's going to affect me. Spirit knows my heart. I don't get affected by that lower vibrational stuff, you know, people trying to hex me or put juju on me. It's like, it's laughable. It has zero effect on me. It does nothing to me. That's like the lowest form of magic. Okay, you brought up 3. Well, actually a little stack here. Right, anything else, Michael? Anything else? Whoa, okay. All right, he has quite a bit he wants to say. He wants me to read off all of his stuff first, okay? He says it's going to be validation when I bring in the angel piece, okay? He wants me to bring in all of his stuff first, and to read it off, just almost like, you know, one after the other as they came in. So we have several different, it's interesting because this is kind of like his foundation of the matter, and it's, this stack flew up over the strength card, and also the angel cards also flew over this pile here. So I think that all of these are referring to this situation. This particular stack is sort of like the basis of the matter from Michael Jackson's perspective, in his own words. These are his quotes. And then he has his own like covering influence, like this kind of letting us know like where we're at right now with the situation. And then he has crossing information, what's kind of like working for or against us, what needs to be addressed. Okay, so the basis of the matter, he says, oh, what happened to truth? Did it go out of style? My attitude is, if fashion says it's forbidden, I'm going to do it. I love him. He's spicy. Like, people don't realize how spicy he is. He's spicy. He's like, he brings in these songs, beat it, okay? No one wants to be defeated. Show them how funky and strong is your fight. It doesn't matter who's wrong or right. Just beat it. You know, when you see this lower vibe energy come into play, don't engage with it. Don't feed into the divisory agenda, all right? Then he brings in this piece here, Billie Jean. Billie Jean is not my lover. Like, you can't pay attention to what people say. You can't pay attention to gossip. If you're participating in gossip, you're part of the problem. You're part of what's causing division in the world. Like, mind your own. You got to mind your own business. And that goes back to like not judging a book by its cover. You can't automatically assume you know what somebody's story is based on what other people have to say about that individual. You know what I'm saying? All right. The truth is, he just wants to rock with you. Okay? He wants us all to just get along with each other, have a good time, enjoy this earthly existence. And Ted just gave his yes there. And he wants you to don't stop till you get enough. All right. So until we get enough of the good stuff going, we got to like stay on this track. We got to stay vigilant. All right. Yeah. Don't you love this? I love doing this. It's so fun. Right now, we're here talking about what's covering us right now. So this is the immediate issues. And he's got a lot to say here about what he wants the collective to really hold space for and look at right now. He says, I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways, and no message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, so much sentience, take a look at yourself and then make a change. All right? Hell yeah. I'm not taking us. Michael is taking us. This is the Church of MJ, man. He then says, in a world filled with hate, we must still dare to hope. In a world filled with anger, we must still dare to comfort. In a world filled with despair, we must still dare to dream. And in a world filled with distrust, we must still dare to believe. Whew. When all life is seen as divine, everyone grows wings. We all get free. When we recognize that core truth, right? That we are all divine in nature, that it is all one energy, that we're all earth angels of sorts here doing the grunt work together, just trying to get free. We don't get free until we're all free, okay? And it's when you really see everyone as divine that you get that point, okay? That the enemy is actually there to like reflect something to you. Something within yourself that's a barrier to love, something within you that is unlike love. Because if you were in this space, in the purity of love, there would be no enemy. There would be no enemy. He also says, please go for your dreams, whatever your ideals. You can become whatever you want to become. All right. So he really wants you to move into action and to start putting your energy into what inspires you. And here he brings in his music and he says, each song is a child I nourish and give my love to. But even if you have never written a song, your life is a song. How can it not be? All right. So this is about really understanding that the way you use your life force is a creative energy. It has impact and it has power. And he's like, you need to wake up because you're a vegetable. That's what he sees. He sees like there's the problem is it's the same thing that started raising my ire. It's like everybody's apathetic. Like nobody will do the freaking work. Like they just want handouts. They have this like sense of entitlement. And then there's the pacifists who just think, oh, there's nothing to be done. As long as I just sit here in a place of love, then I'm doing my part. No. Love is a verb, baby. Love is a verb. It requires our action, okay? And here he backs me up on that. He says, I'm a perfectionist. I'll work until I drop. We share that work ethic. I cannot tell you how many people have been telling me, Shannon, just take a rest. Shannon, just take a break. Shannon, you've done too much. I'm like, no, I'm not stopping. And when you love what you do, and when you're in alignment with your purpose, to work is joy. To work is a joy, all right? And this piece here, if you haven't aligned with that thing that really lights you on fire, that makes you want to get up and get going, then that's your job right now. It's time for you to like uncover that in your soul. What is that thing that's going to inspire you and get you engaged in life again? And he says it here, he's really backing me up on this. Just doing as well as you did last time is not good enough. You need to do better. And he really wants you to listen. He says, you want to be starting something? He's all, because I'm out here working day and night, baby, and I'm supposed to be at rest, and I'm still working right now, and I got this broad doing more work to get this message to you, okay? Yeah, and he says, you know, yeah, it may be a bit like Thriller right now. We might be having an invasion of the zombie apocalypse. But you know, if you're wondering why things are the way they are, why we have so much conflict in the world, why is there all this stress, this dissension, you can just chalk it up to human nature. Okay, this song this song has become like my favorite song of his recently, and it's interesting because I liked the song, but I never considered it like my favorite song. But when he came in and he's like, all right, I see you talk to Jim Morrison. I see you talk to Marilyn Broad. I have something I want to say. I want to come through now, okay? He came in with the song, and I read the words and really looked into the lyrics, because I always look at the lyrics. I feel like when a song comes in, the lyrics tell you everything about the message. Oh, I love that song, You Gotta Be Starting Something. I love that song. It's one of my favorites from him, and I love the chant in it. There's so many things hidden within his music. Even Shamone, you know, that comes from one of the Staple sisters, and he had a lot of respect for her, and she sang in that song, I'll Take You There, and she kept doing this like, Shamone, you know, and that's why he says that, you know. So that's why that comes through with him. It's all about him saying, you know, I'll take you there. Like, you know, we got to work together with this energy. Like we're all walking each other home, you know, and it's about really feeding this energy to make things happen. And if you wonder why there is this division, why are we in this mess? Why are there so many conflicting points, you know, that are keeping us from building a bridge and get over it? You just got to chalk it up to human nature. Okay. I'm also going to put a link. Let me write this down, to something I came across that, oh my gosh, it gave me so much comfort. Somebody put out a lo-fi version of human nature. And the way it's done, it kind of has like Michael's vocals are like sort of like pulled back and muted. And the music track, it almost has this like almost like it's old-timey feel to it, almost like it's like filtering through like radio hour back in the 1940s or something. Just so much nostalgia. Anyway, it has incredible comfort that comes through. I'll send you the link for that too. I think you all will appreciate that. Okay, so give me time, because I'm going to be compiling a lot of resources in the comments for you all. He wants to bring all of this in. All of this is to support you all in the Panchakarma work we're kicking off, where we'll officially launch it with the first live next Wednesday. And I hope you'll access the free courses that are opening up on Cobra's Medicine Bag today. Get familiarized with the first week's lessons. Yeah, we'll dive into it Wednesday as a group and really kick off our Panchakarma, and also our quest for the Cauldron of Dagda, for those of you doing that. So this is going to be a little time frame, you know, between now and Wednesday, when you'll get to like get your environment set up, get your focus right, get yourself prepared, catch up on any of the disco curriculum that you need to review, you know, to get that stuff in. All right. Now, these are energies that are working for or against us. Okay. So it's interesting. He has a lot of his songs came through. I think these are songs that he wants you to listen to for motivation. That's what's coming through. Like, this is his way that he wants to like show up and support you all. Okay, as you make changes in your life, like If you want to tap into his essence, if you miss his presence, all you need to do to tap into his essence, he said it himself, is just listen to his music, because his music is like his children. Okay, so it carries his energy signature. So these are songs that he wants you all to listen to. Baby Be Mine, okay. Ben is such a sweet song. Ben, you know, it's all about, you know, the boy who had the friend as a rat. You know, it's funny because I'm born in the year of the rat in Chinese astrology. And it's interesting because rats in different cultures are really revered. And in fact, rats, when you look at Asian culture, they really revere the rat because the rat was the first to greet the Buddha. Okay, so there's actually temples set up to rats in all throughout, you know, Asia. It's really wild, right? So that's kind of interesting that he brings the Ben piece in, because rat is like kind of a medicine that people can look at it and they can have like one perception of rat, right? When actually the energy is really revered. Rats are shrewd. Rats use discernment. Rats know how to make something work. They know how to work with very little and make it something, okay? He wants you to also listen to One More Chance, all right? I'll write down all these. I'll provide links to all these songs in the comments, all right? Break of Dawn. It's almost like this is energy he wants to like feed you, to get you up, get you inspired. I don't know, maybe you could even like put on this music, dance to it, like just get your body moving with the music, and then maybe the frequency of his music will align you with something that'll help you, you know, take that energy and move it forward in your life. Rock with You, okay? Oh, I said you rock with you, but he put You Rock My World. Yeah, if you want to rock with him, you know, he'll rock your world. Okay, listen to that song, You Rock My World. I'm gonna say Rock with You. I'm throwing it in. He says it's okay. I can bring that one in. Earth Song. Okay, we'll put all these in. Billie Jean. I mean, come on. It was what totally catapulted him into the next stratosphere, right? With the AMA Music Awards performance. And this happens to be one of my favorite songs from him. It's my favorite track off Thriller, PYT. Pretty Young Thing. Okay, that's such a feel-good song. Oh yeah, and he brought it in. You Are Not Alone. All right. So I feel like these are the more like dicey songs here. You Are Not Alone. I'm going to share with you the lo-fi version. I really felt like when I heard this lo-fi version the other night, that's when I felt his energy come in. So it's almost like I feel like he's giving a stamp of approval on that track. I mean, wait until you hear it. It's just, it feels like you're being held and hugged. It's just the most beautiful, comforting sound. So I'm going to put the link to that for you all. Black or White. Okay. I love this. Dirty Diana. All right. And of course, Man in the Mirror. All right. So the lyrics, the energy that he poured into those songs is the energy he wants us all collectively to tap into. So I will put a playlist together on this video with links to all these songs, and you all can, you know, tap into them, listen to them, do what you will with them, raise energy with them. Just let them be kind of like a soundtrack for you as we all navigate this territory together. And I think it will strengthen your connection to his essence, but in a way that allows him to like move on, be free, rest in peace, rather than some of his fans that are praying to him to come and visit them. Like, you know, come on, let the guy rest. And he has two final, you know, pieces of information he wants to pass on to you. He says, to live is to be musical, starting with the blood, dancing in your veins. Oh, huh. This is so rich because we've been bringing in the ancestral piece. Everything living has a rhythm. Do you feel your music? Oh, that's beautiful. I love how he brought in all those songs. It's like he wants you to use the vehicle of his music to discover your own rhythm through dance. Oh, beautiful. Love that. And then finally he says, oh, and he brought Jesus in. He brought Jesus in, Angela. It is magical truth. He brought Jesus in, Angela. It says, but I will never stop helping and loving people the way Jesus said to. All right. There we go. Full church moment. Okay. So these are the pieces that he wanted to bring in. That's what he has to say on the matter. I'm going to set all this aside so, I can be sure to bring in those songs for you all. I feel like that's his gift to all of you. And here's the cards that came out from the angels, covering influence the angels brought in around us needing to, come together to support each other, to lift each other up, that we need to have strength, and we're only strong if we're united, okay? It's going to take that coming together to face the challenges that are before us in society, but we can do it. Strength card always comes out to say that no matter how daunting the proposition, we have what it takes to get to the other side of this. And it was 3:39:39 on the clock when I brought that in, which breaks down to 3:3:3. All right. Big Trinity energy. Okay. I love how that came in with that verification. Yeah, I love this. And then what covered is in reverse, the devil. Ooh. Okay, so we overcome this energy, this deceiver energy, that the real devil, okay, is not even necessarily an entity. Okay, we have to remember that the devil, from a biblical perspective, is actually Lucifer. Lucifer, who used to be one of God's favorites. Lucifer means light bearer. And what the world needs now more than ever is more light building in the world to expose what's been hiding in the shadows. And that involves a fair amount of truth telling, which unravels the knots of the ties that bind that is sewn by the deceiver, correct? Okay. I had something recently come in for me because I relate to all energies. It's all just one energy. So for me, God, devil, you, me, us, them, that it's all the same trip. There's no separation to me at all. Yeah, and exactly. Even Satan is a Christian. This is true. This is true because in pagan religion, in other religious thought, like there's many different religions that don't even believe in this concept. It is a Christian concept, and it's to inspire fear, and it's to inspire division. Okay, and it keeps people turning over their spiritual authority to intermediaries in the form of the Pope, in the form of a priest. You don't need that. You are that. You have a direct link. There is no separation. And so this is kind of like dispelling this. I love that the devil comes in reverse. Like this is how we overcome that deceiver energy, by recognizing the truth that there is no separation, by recognizing the original lie that told us we were separated in the first place. When we come into unity, we come into that energy of love, and then we overthrow this deceiver energy. And then once we do that, we're able to restore Lucifer to the rightful place as light bearer, not something that got cast aside. Okay. What cast Lucifer aside to make him the devil? It was ego. It was ego. But do angels have ego? Do they? Ego comes from man. So it's kind of funny. There's like a key about how these seeds of dissension were sown in the first place, right? So it's like, get a different view, right? Get a different view. This is turning that energy around. And, it's like, until we come to this truth, we're in the Six of Swords in reverse, which means we're not able to move forward from the pain. We're not able to move forward from the suffering. We continue to stay in this place where we hold on to the conflict, we hold on to the dissension, we hold on to the division, we hold on to the grief, and then we're not able to move forward, all right? And here's what solves it. We need to turn this energy around. We need to have the perception of unity. This is what protects against accidents and heals the sick. And what would be the great accident is if we believe in this original lie, which is the devil, that there is division. If we do that, we lose the keys to the kingdom. And that would be such a grievous accident. All right. So it's about really waking up to the truth of this. Now, It's so perfect because the angels are bringing in the piece I brought in earlier, that the Bible is actually a book of alchemy. The way forward. What do we got? Basis of the matter for the way forward. The magician. The generous God. Spiritual wisdom and magic helps one gain wisdom and discover hidden secrets. So this is really about understanding that you need a different perception of the word. You need to understand that it's actually a guidebook for you to step into your empowerment as a creator, as being an extension of creator, and understanding there is no separation, and you are the alchemist, and your words do speak things into existence. That is how the God is exemplified in you as creator. First, there was the Word. The Word was God. Okay? That's what spells are. Prayers are spells. Me talking right now is a spell. Our words have power and they carry the weight of responsibility. So this is also about being mindful of the words you use. Be mindful of the things you speak into existence. How are you using your voice in the world? How are you exercising your voice in the world? Oh, here comes the throat chakra blockage. See, there are forces out there that don't want you to be empowered in your voice. There are forces out there that want you to be censored. There are voices out there that are being censored, like the missing Indigenous women and children. And this is what got me in trouble on Facebook and why I'm not there anymore. I was harassed brutally for bringing that piece in. I'm not going to go into that here. I'm not at liberty to discuss it any further. But this is how much repression there is around us bringing our voices forward at this time. And because that repression is there, and because the blocking energy is so strong, that's even more reason for us to raise our voices. So as far as what I'm trying to build here at Broadcoven, one of my main aims is to really inspire you all to start a YouTube channel. To get off of social media platforms that are actually sources of division and disempowerment, and instead get on a platform that will support you in bringing your voice, your truth forward in the world. And there's something really powerful and there's something really alchemical and healing that happens when you own your voice, when you allow your truth to come forward in the world. And yeah, it takes a lot of hard work to get to the place where you can unlock certain features on YouTube, like I have, or like other creators here have. But if you do the work and you put in the time and you put in the energy, I guarantee you, you're going to connect with your purpose. And you're going to connect with the way you're meant to express your voice in the world. Yeah. Like all of you having a YouTube channel. And one of the things I'm going to be working towards, one of the things, and I know YouTube would be like, oh yes, please, okay? Please. And you have to understand that YouTube is going through reformatting right now. They're going to become more of a television network. Like, we can take over the airwaves. We can challenge the current narrative. We can become the voice. It's like returning the voice back toward the people, letting the people be the voice. You know, that's sort of like given the memo, given the news. You know, letting the people express their truths. And you know, it's the space that's held around here is beautiful. You know. But the thing is about YouTube is nobody's just handed the platform for free. It's like you're allowed to start putting your content out there. You're allowed to start creating, but you have to meet certain standards and you have to really invest and you have to put in the time and energy to gain access to be able to start to have an influence, right? Yes, to deliver your voice and your messages. Yes. Because you're a reflection of the divine. And your truth is valuable and your words matter. So one of the things I'm doing, I'm going to be using memberships very different on Broadcoven. I'm going to open up tiers of memberships, and they're going to be very, very, very affordable. Okay. They're going to be really accessible for people. I want everybody to be able to benefit. A lot of them are community building. Okay. And that's my framework. I also have an economic framework I'm going to be bringing forward. I am going to have a storefront here on my YouTube as well. This is stuff I'm going to be working on in October that I plan to have ready for the holiday season. I'll get into that, Angela. I'm covering all that. Okay. So what I'm going to be doing is one of the membership levels I'm going to have is going to be how to start a YouTube channel. And it's going to be a total education in all the tech end, uploading, what that looks like, how to go live streaming services, like everything. Okay. All the ins and outs. I'm also going to like teach you how to build out a website if that's something you want to do. It's going to cover everything. How to use social media as something that can actually be productive and progressive. What you can do to start to shift the algorithm, all of it. It's going to be a total empowerment. It's also going to feed back into the YouTube community because I learned everything I know. And if you go to my website, which I'll put the link in where the courses are, it's all going to be compiled within the group. It's going to be $5 a month, and I'm going to provide lives in the memberships. Free list, you can compile that yourself if you want to do that on your own. You have to do YouTube searches, start researching it. That's what I'm about. But I am going to organize this for people who want a guided experience. I know all about this stuff, and I am going to provide you all with a huge list of resources in the comments on this video, okay? Lots of resources, but at the same time, I do philanthropic work with my gig, Cobra's Medicine Bag, which is how I'm providing the free courses to you guys that you have access to today. All my Ayurvedic courses are free to all of you today. Vata course, Roots with Wings, and Grace in Crisis, which is a perfect course for this time, are free to you all today. And I'm going to be leading the entire community here through a 6-week Panchakarma with twice weekly lives. I am able to do that through the support of donations. So my memberships are going to support my philanthropic work. All right. So I am willing to provide some resources, but a lot of what I'm compiling is going to form my membership basis, which will be $5 a month. You can even take it 1 month and you'll get enough out of it to be able to like start to run with it. Okay. So I'm going to provide high value. I'm also going to have one tier that starts as $1 a month, and that's going to be for building community and to bring some changes into your local community, okay, through a cooperative effort. I got a lot of really good stuff coming in. That being said, I also need to be able to support myself financially. So I'm going to make it reasonable. I will tell you that I'll have resources for you in the comments. If you want to find out about how to start a YouTube channel and you want free access to that, do a YouTube search. How do I start a YouTube channel? And you'll be led to different creators. The advantage of having access to my membership is I'm going to give you all kinds of tips, tricks, and guidance that is not in those videos. It also will support the creators on this platform because I have personally done the groundwork, and you'll see when you see my website, I didn't have any tech experience. If you go to cobrasmedicinebag.com, you are going to see that I built that website all by myself, and I had no tech experience. I did it because I scoured, and I spent months and months and months and months and months of researching the best videos that would guide you step by step through the process of building a website, how to set up LMS, how to handle SEO, which is the next thing I'm tackling, all of this stuff. It's all there, but I'm saving you a whole bunch of time because there's also a lot of just kind of like, it's just going to run you around in circles. So I am charging for that. I feel it's reasonable. It's high value. I'm providing my own information as well. And I like it because it will also feed back into the creators of the YouTube community, which is all about my new economic standpoint where everybody wins, everybody eats when we all support each other, okay? This is really coming forward about we need to step into this place of empowerment. Now, once we accept this and we step into this place of empowerment, we're like, okay, I'm going to take action. I'm going to align my vision. I'm going to do my part. I'm going to move forward. Here's all the energy that comes in to cover us and supports us. We got, these are the things that we need to turn around, okay? This is everything that's coming in reverse. This is what the angels need us to turn around right now. These are our obstacles. I'll get to your comment in a minute. I want to make sure I cover this before I lose it. All these came in reverse. So King of Cups in reverse. We need to tap more into our water element, which is our feeling nature, which is our compassion, which is our ability to come more into a place of understanding, not fighting fire with fire, but taking a different approach. And this is what will bring us restitution. This is what will allow us to regain those keys to the kingdom that we have lost, okay? Very important. All reversals here. This is what we're being asked to turn around. 5 of Cups, energy, in reverse. Not willing to let go of the disappointments, not willing to let go of that axe that we're grinding, not willing to let go of the resentment, continuing to cling to the past and what has already been spilled. We're meant to release this energy. It's time to cut the cord. It's time to accept that certain things went down the way they needed to bring certain spiritual lessons into our lives. And once we come to a place of acceptance with this, then we can actually like get over it. We can build a bridge, get over it, and we can start using our energy in a more dynamic way. And this will lead us to prosperity. This will also bring the downfall of the enemy and deliverance from bondage. All right, so Ted affirms that with a yes. Then we also have Queen of Wands in reverse, all right? So we're not owning our fire, all right? We're angry, we're popping off, we have conflict, but that is not healthy fire. That is fire that is pressurized. How does fire become pressurized? This is very Ayurvedic, okay? Fire becomes pressurized when we hold it in, when we try to contain it. How do you release fire in a healthy way where it's not destructive? By moving into action. Quite simply, by exercising is a great way to start to move your fire. And once you move your fire, it allows the lymph to also move, which allows the emotions to come forward. And then you start to get clear. And then you can move into action. So this is probably why all the music, all the songs are coming in. Michael's like, dance with me. I'll take you there. Shamone. Hee hee. Come on, let's go. Dance hour with Michael Jackson, okay? He'll help you. He'll help you tap into this energy, this frequency. Right now, our fire is snuffed out. We can't see the light because we're holding it inside. We're not bringing our light forward. Likewise, other people are not seeing the light that's here in the world because we're concealing it, we're hoarding it, we're hiding it. We're not meant to do that. We're meant to let it shine out into the world. So move the firewall. Move the defenses, move everything inside of you that is unlike love through moving your body. Get to exercising. And since it's Vata season we're heading into, let's do this in a creative way. Let's play, let's dance, let's have some fun around it. It's not about grinding it out in the gym, doing stuff you don't want to do. It's only going to cause more frustration and more internalized, pressurized fire. It's about actually moving into a more of a celebratory flow with it. And this will like elevate your energy, okay? If we do that, then we can recover what currently we have lost, which is the Ace of Cups in reverse, okay? You got to fill your cup before you can water anything in your life, before anything can grow in your life. Your own cup needs to be filled. And right now you're spilling all this precious energy out with the Ace of Cups. Once you start to pour into yourself in this way, once you get your energy right, okay, and you stop worrying about what's going on, you know, with this person, what's going on with that person, what's going on with Billie Jean and who her lover is. then you fill your own cup. Now you have something to work with, okay? Once your coffers are full, then you do have some love to bring forward in the world, some nurturing to bring forward in the world, and then we can recover this, and this will bring rejuvenation, and it also will obtain the mercy of God. It will give us long life, all right? Because right now, the one big problem we have is that we got the Queen of Swords in reverse. And I also see this as Queen of Swords, as quintessential Libra card. And to me, this is speaking of that Libra South Node energy right now. Right now, we're all having our karma weighed up. And there is work to do, because that's what karma means. Karma is work. It's action. That's what Panchakarma means. 5 actions of purification. So we're going to be doing a lot of this burning off of karma as we kick off our Panchakarma, our community Panchakarma here, which is really going to officially get launched on Wednesday when I come in with the first live, okay? In the meantime, please go to cobrasmedicinebag.com. You'll see right on the homepage there the buttons to just click to gain access to the Vata course, to the Grace and Crisis course. Please, I want you to go through these courses. They're both 6 lessons in duration. I want you to go through them in tandem, okay? This is what's really going to be different about this Panchakarma. We are going to fuse the medicine, the Ayurvedic medicine for overcoming crisis. I'm thinking this time, I like 11:11 in the morning, okay? So that'll be 11:11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8:11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Wednesday. I will also be doing the same thing on Saturdays. So Wednesday and Saturdays at the same time, 11:11 Eastern Standard Time, 8:11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. You'll have to figure it out for where you are in the globe. Also, replays will always remain up, okay? So it's not going to go anywhere. There will be playlists. You'll be able to refer back to this. This is my gift. I wanted to make Ayurveda and this kind of support because you are not alone, to everybody the worldwide. And this is sort of like Michael's gifts also coming through as an extension of this, all right? I now understand why it came through for me, because we're doing similar work. A little different of a vehicle, a little different of a voice of expression, okay? But it's the same message. It's the same core work, all right? And then once a week, I believe on Thursdays, probably at the same time, 11:11, I'm going to go live on Cobra's Medicine Bag YouTube, which you can find by going down the home page here of Broadcoven YouTube, and you'll see the link to my Cobra's Medicine Bag YouTube. I'm going to do a special live for people who are wanting to get in shape, maybe wanting to get healthier, get more fit, but maybe deal with body image issues or have eating disorder issues and are needing a different kind of support. Okay, so we're going to kind of handle that over there to give a little respectful space held around it, right? With Queen of Swords in reverse, this is about y'all really need to like own your truth. It's time to speak your truth. It's also time to really like cut off what doesn't serve you. It's necessary to tie up the old cycles of the past to move forward. And once we do this, we'll understand that ritual and ceremony can acquire all the treasures of heaven and earth. So this is also about creating respectful rituals, ceremonies of closure to those cycles of the past. You know, if there's something that you need to do to find a sense of peace with things that maybe didn't have a respectful space held around them, that you're still holding on to, that are keeping you tethered to the past, now is the time to create that closure for yourself, because you don't always get to, you know, have closure. And sometimes we have to just accept that some things went down the way they needed to, and though we may not understand it right now, it will make sense in time. All right. All things serve a purpose. I want to see this man's comment up here real quick before I go into this. What is saints think, feel intention towards me? I do not do personal reads on the lives. If you are ever interested in getting a read with me, I have very reasonable rates. You can send me an email request for a reading to broadcoven@gmail.com. That is the only way to book a reading with me. I'm not on any social media. at all. Okay, so if you get anybody coming at you in your inbox and your DMs, it's not me. I don't need to hunt people down for readings. People seek me out for readings. Word of mouth gets out real fast. Okay, I'm happy to give you support, but I can't do that on a live. It's part of how I earn my bread and butter. All right, so I can't give everything away. I do need to survive. And I've been operating now for, just to give some perspective, I've been operating for over a year now on just $400 to my name. It keeps renewing back to $400, but 40404 on the clock when I said that, 444. Maybe some hidden gifts are about to come through for me pretty soon. It'd be nice because it's a very stressful way to live when you're like just kind of like, I got $400 to work with, and it does hold me back in what I'm able to achieve. So that's why I'm bringing in memberships here. I earned it. I worked really hard to get to this place where I could have memberships on this channel, where I could unlock certain features. Donations are very important for my vision for Cobra's Medicine Bag, because I do not make any money through my Ayurvedic work. It's all donated. So there's also a donate button on the homepage of my website. Anybody who donates to Cobra's Medicine Bag, it's so appreciated. Just know that that money is being used to further this work, and that I hope in the future, down the road, after I get some other things dialed in, to bring even more courses in for free there, okay, on different subject matter. All right, so this is really about, you know, stepping into our truth and owning it. Now, if we do this, if we step into the truth that there is no separation, that we are creator manifest in us, that works through us activating our voice, bringing our peace forward, sharing our ashe, our gifts with the world. What comes out of that? Well, here's what comes out of it. 6 of Wands, victory, longevity, protects against infirmities. Okay, so our whole life starts to gain a certain vibrancy, a certain health, a certain solidity. What else do we gain? The world, which promises that we close those old cycles that no longer serve us. And now there's success on the other side of this. And it says, fountain of wisdom gives success in all ventures, all right? And then we also get to purify ourselves of the 9 of Swords, which is all about stress and worry and all the ways we hold ourselves back by investing in falsehoods. It says purification, protection from impious religious sentiments, okay? All right, so this is how we safeguard this energy. And then here we move into this place, the King of Pentacles, manifestation point, rooting that Ace of Pentacles, that new tangible beginning, into a place of mastery in material reality. Look at that sword of truth. There, we already drew it. We raised it. It's resting on our shoulders. We got our birthright secure. And it says obedience causes harmony and peace and calms anger in any way. Exclamation point. I mean, this is a pretty clear read. This came forward so strongly. It's pretty impressive. I do want to bring in, let's see, I'm pretty sure I brought it in because I wanted to bring it in because we've been working with, oh, where is it? Now I got to find it. Hold up, wait a minute. Did I put it in here? I did do the I Ching. Yes, I got it here. Okay. I've been doing this each week that I'm doing these live drop-ins with you. I've started working with the I Ching. The I Ching is the book of changes. And so I'm really using it as a template for the best way for us to move forward together as a collective community here at Broad Coven to be the change we want to see in the world, you know, move into this unity consciousness and be forces of positivity in the world. So we got a very simple piece that came in. I also pulled a couple cards off of that tree. You might see that Christmas tree that I put up a video of that has all the wolves on it. It's actually the backside of these cards, the White Light Oracle. And what I'm doing is each week as we move through with the lives, I am randomly, through my intuition, picking one of those wolf cards and turning it over to get the White Light Oracle message. So I do have this, okay, for us today. And this is just going to be like something for you to sit with through this weekend leading up to Wednesday when we really kick off our quest for the Cauldron of Dagda simultaneously with our Panchakarma. Okay, so I'm really excited about this and the energy we're building. But this is what came in. We got the current work is I Ching hexagram 15, which is modesty. Okay. And we had the changing lines were the first line and the sixth line. So I want to just tell you what this means, what the judgment is for the hexagram of modesty. So this is what we're in the process of changing right now and where we need to do our work. Judgment. Modesty creates success. The superior man carries things through. In other words, once you have your sights set and you know the action required of you, it's time for you to commit to that course of action and follow through. Fall season, when we're looking in terms of Vata, fall season is all about following through. Okay? The image associated with this is within the earth, a mountain, the image of modesty. Thus, the superior man reduces that which is too much and augments that which is too little. So a bit of tempering, which is what alchemy is all about, right? It's all about, okay, we got a little too much fire. When we look at temperance card, right? Isn't this perfect? Just so happens to be on the bottom end of this box for this tarot deck. The glow in the dark tarot, okay? The light that we can't see in the shadow right now. All that's required is this balancing energy, this alchemy work, this tempering, okay? Where we got too much, we need to dial it back. Where we don't have enough, we need to bring it forward. Well, what do we know we don't have enough of? We don't have enough air because we haven't drawn the sword, okay? So we need more inspiration. We need to use our voice. We need to come into alignment with our truth. And that will feed our fire so we can bring it forward in constructive ways. But before that can happen, we need to free up the emotions. We need to get the lymph moving. And we also need to release the pressure valve. How do we do that? We do that by dancing to Michael's music. Let him inspire us. Let him awaken our own rhythm within us. And once we're tapped into the pulse, the rhythm of our own blood, right? That taps our roots. And then we get wings where we can soar into that expansion, that freedom, okay? It says he weighs things and makes them equal, which I love because that's that Libra energy. You know, it's that Libra South Node energy. It's balancing things out. It's finding that balancing point. And we know that when we're looking at Libra energy in terms of deity, very much looking at that Ma'at energy, where there's the scales of justice and the heart is weighed against the feather, which is light, all right? So this is about lightening up. This is about shedding the pain, shedding the heaviness, shedding the grief. And in order to do that, we got to get things moving. Well, thank goodness we're going to have this Panchakarma work, this grace and crisis work, Cauldron of Dagda work. For those who are subscribers, okay, I want to make this very clear. If you're wanting to do the quest work, which is kind of like my Psychonaut Panchakarma, it's really dynamic work. It's done very theatrically through role playing. It's very powerful work. It's very creative work, and it's very alchemical work. If you are going to take part in that, you need to be a subscriber to this channel, and you need to complete certain parts of the discurriculum by midnight tonight is the deadline. You will still have to complete the rest of the discurriculum by October 14th. Nobody is free of that. This is all about getting educated and expanding your consciousness. It falls right in line. If you decide to like piggyback on it and, you know, do the quest for the Cauldron of Dagda and you're not a subscriber here, you're just really kind of like, you're doing your own thing, because I'm calling up the play space, the ritual play space for those who are subscribed to the channel. It's to preserve a certain integrity of energy held within the space, okay? Very important. I don't want cross-watcher energy coming into that. It's essential. This needs to be a mutually supportive, reciprocal flow energy. And I brought it in before, and I'm bringing it forward again. And I do want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you to all of the new subscribers who really helped me hit a goal today that really just like, you renewed my spirit, you renewed my enthusiasm, because it's really hard being a voice out there. Like you feel like you're shouting at the wind, like you're in the wilderness and nobody's hearing you. And so when you do get a subscribe, or when somebody does give a thumbs up, or when somebody interacts on the live, or they share a comment, or they share your video, like all of this like bolsters the spirit. You all have to understand as viewers how important you are to the building of a community. And so for all of you, yeah, it is. I mean, it really is. If you're going to be I mean, I personally feel like the way I'm moving through the Panchakarma, if you want to have the full-on broad coven experience, all right, I'm going to put this out. If you want to have the full-on experience and the kind of transformation that's on offer that will radically transform your life, mind, body, spirit, and in your material reality, and move you into a position of alchemist, you will go through the DISC curriculum. It's all educational. It supports the consciousness that I'm raising here. And it's also going to move people out of apathy. It's going to move people out of this place where far too often what I've been encountering lately is people saying, I don't know, I can't remember. There's a lot of people that have cognitive dissonance right now, and they need to be snapped out of it. That's what the DISC curriculum is all about. It's educational, it's expansion consciousness. Some of you, like you, Angela, you've probably already done a good portion of it because you've been here for a while. Some of it is my videos that I brought in, like, hey, ho, let's go to the big top, the road to redemption. You know, some of them are my videos, so you probably have already seen a good portion of it, which is excellent. Some of it is new stuff. Some of it is Robert Anton Wilson stuff. Some of it is 8th Circuit yoga. I mean, it's very well rounded. For people that haven't, and I completed it. Even though I even watched my own videos over, okay? Because anything I tell you all to do, I'm doing right along with you. So our energy can be yoked together. That's what yoga is about. It's that unity consciousness. So I'm moving through it with you all. I'm holding that energy with you all. I'm going to put all this in the comments as resources. It's going to take me time today, so please, because I got a lot of resources to put there for you all. In order for you to participate in the Cauldron of Dogda, the quest for the Cauldron of Dogda, which paired with the Panchakarma work and the Grace and Crisis work, wow, it will radically transform your life in such amazing ways. By midnight tonight, you have to have watched at least 2 of the videos in the DISC curriculum list, which is a playlist on the homepage. I've organized everything for you. What you need to watch is that it's about an hour and a half long. It's amazing. It's phenomenal. It's Sadhguru's 40th anniversary celebration. It's music. It's beautiful imagery, and it's his satsang. He speaks on mental health issues in one of his satsangs. What he brings forward is so valuable. I've done work with Sadhguru. I went through his inner engineering program. It will transform your life completely. And it's an hour and a half. I think you got an hour and a half. The other video that you need to watch is the Meet Cobra, which is me, my Ayurvedic work, because I feel like you should know who I am, where I come from, and who will be working with you, guiding you as your Ayurvedic practitioner. And that is just paying respect to me for holding this space. Normally, when I was working at the Dhyana Center in California as an Ayurvedic practitioner in the Ayurvedic treatment center there, we would require, before a person could receive Panchakarma, that they wrote a letter stating why it was important for them to receive Panchakarma, why they were invested in this, all their trauma, everything that they were wanting addressed, and there had to be a real commitment So you watching these 2 videos is also a statement of your commitment to see this process through. It's an important piece. It's an important piece. It's an important piece of puja. And it's definitely so necessary. So that video, Meet Cobra, it's all on the DISC curriculum. It's a total of 2 hours out of your day. And you have until midnight tonight. It's 3:33 on my actual clock here. I think you all can do it. It's not that big of a deal. And I think you'll actually find a lot of support that comes through for it, all right? Then you are free to participate in the quest at the Cauldron of Dagda, and it will only enhance your Panchakarma experience, period, all right? The straight up Panchakarma, that's accessible to everybody, even if you're not a subscriber. That's fine, okay? It was my dream to make Ayurveda accessible for everybody all over the globe, all right? So that's for everybody. Please pass it on, share it. The more people who receive it, the better. You don't need to give me your email. You don't need to sign up for anything. There's no hidden fees. There's no upsell. There's no advertising. There's no nothing. I swear to you, this is my seva. It is a gift to you. And it is me honoring the roots of Ayurveda, because seva is a core piece of Ayurvedic work. And everybody who knows the true roots of Ayurveda understands this piece. And so it's my nod of respect to Ayurveda for all the ways that it has gifted me with my own personal empowerment and healing. And I'm now paying it forward to you all. I do not make any money through Cobra's medicine bag. It's all donation based is how I am able to do it. And there are fees and costs to myself in order to provide this for you all. I've just paid a bunch of them, all the annual costs that really set me back. Now I'm operating on like $200. It'll come back. The money will come back, but I'm just saying, I'm not rich, okay? I'm not wealthy. And in fact, I would be considered poverty level, you know, by the standards set in this country. So I'm not some wealthy person out here doing philanthropic work. And that's why I need to charge for memberships. I need to eat. I need to take care of myself. And I have a right to earn a living, you know, I do. I have a lot of experience. I have a wealth of background in the healing arts. I have over 28 years experience as a transformational body worker. I've worked alongside Western medical doctors. I've worked with the oncology department with cancer patients. I have worked in physical therapy settings. I do rehabilitative work. It's a wealth of experience. I have a wealth of knowledge when it comes to the health of the body. I've been working as an Ayurvedic practitioner for 11 years now. I am certified and listed on the national directory as an intuitive eating counselor who specializes in those individuals who struggle with body image issues, trauma, and eating disorder. I know my stuff. What I'm giving is very high value. Normally, to have an Ayurvedic consultation, what I'm going to be doing with these lives for just 1 hour would normally cost you about $100 an hour. And I'm giving you what is going to equate to close to $4,000 worth of Ayurvedic consultation, where you'll be able to jump on these lives with me and you'll be able to ask questions. How do I do this? I don't understand this. I'm having this experience. What does this mean? And I will hold space for you. And even if you can't make the lives, you can drop me a comment on the video. I will get back to you. I will respond. This is my gift to you, okay? So, yes, I am providing a lot of resources. Yes, I am providing a lot. And at the same time, I also need to make a living. And I make my living through broadcasting, okay? So I just want to make that very clear, all right? Further guidance comes in on the lines here that I want to bring in and discuss so you understand this energy we're working with. So the line that came in here for modesty, we had the first line, the bottom line, which was a superior man modest about his modesty may cross the great water. Good fortune, okay? So when we're modest, it means that we don't need to virtue signal, you know what I mean? When you're modest, you don't need to continue to say like, oh, I'm such a modest person, you know, look how humble I am. It doesn't work like that. It just comes through the example of how you live your life and what you do. It's sort of like a proof is in the pudding kind of energy. And as long as you live in harmony with these true values, you'll find that there's nothing but good fortune that will grace your way. This, when we finally understand this lesson, transforms into the next hexagram, which is 22, which is about grace and beauty. Okay, so we're transforming modesty to grace and beauty. And when we're speaking of grace and beauty, when we're looking at hexagram 22, what we're really looking at is the Ayurvedic concept of beauty, which is not about filters, which is not about the clothes you wear, or if you have designer labels, or how good your makeup looks, or what hairstyle you're wearing, any of this. It is when the beauty, the mirror of the self within the self is so polished and refined that the true spirit, the essential nature of you radiates on the superficial level. You see the light of divinity in the eyes. You see spirit and warmth in the smile. You feel the love in a person's countenance. Okay, so this is the energy that we're moving into. From modesty comes the true beauty. That's what emerges, okay? The second line that we had was the top line. Okay, so it's interesting. We had the opening and the closing of the changes where we have the shifting, where there's the shift needed. The top line for the hexagram of modesty is resist temptation to create false impressions of your position or stature. More graceful and dignified to wash your own car to pick up an honored guest than to rent a limo. All right. So this is saying you don't have to meet any standard for your contribution to be worthy or of value. Simply offer your contribution, what you want to bring forward, your voice, your offering, from the purity of your heart and what's motivating you to give, and to know that this is enough. That this is enough. That just because somebody may be able to give a more splashy offering, or they may have a higher rank socially, or maybe they have a higher rank economically, financially, does not mean that their contribution has more weight or value than what you have to bring forward. And so it's really time for you to start to honor your contribution and what you have to share, which is about my whole mission to get everybody to get a YouTube, so you all can really recognize that you have something valuable to share. And you'll really learn that here through a creative process. And the beauty is you don't have to go on the fast track like I did, okay? It just happens that communications is like kind of part of my life purpose, all right? But for you, you can take it nice and slow. You can start it out as a vlog, you know? You'd be surprised how much you just sharing your authentic experience can help people. And what I will say is, if you are a subscriber to this channel and you start a YouTube, let me know. Email me your handle at broadcoven@gmail.com, and I'll put your channel up on the community board. I'll give you subscribers. All right, I'll do my part to support you in that. And you'll see the kind of magic it works when you really invest in bringing your voice forward. Now, as you do this, as you start to say, okay, maybe my offering doesn't look like what I've been told it should look like, or what I think it should look like, which is really just my programming, my belief constructs. It doesn't really carry any weight or value to the reality of the situation. What ends up happening is this energy changes, it shifts, and it moves into the exalted energy of the 22nd hexagram of grace and beauty, and it changes into this energy here. Grace exudes from within. No need for superficiality. Simple measures achieve success. Anything offered with pure intention and a loving, humble heart is more powerful than the most grandiose offering that money can buy. All right? So remember that. Your magic, your power, it's sourced from your integrity, your authenticity, and the truth of your heart. All right? So really spend some time this weekend, you know, getting in touch with this as we lead up to Wednesday, when we kick all this stuff off for the community here. You're going to have to scroll down on the community board, all right? But I did put up some questions, you know, some areas of self-reflection. I think it's good to work on this over the weekend. and really kind of like see where you're at, sort of do like an internal weather pattern check, just sort of see where you're at, you know, where do you need to balance things out? You'll need to scroll down a bit. I'm sorry that I have so much posted there, but more just keeps coming in. And I'm just like, I keep telling myself, okay, that's enough. And then something else comes in. Oh, I got to put that up too. Okay. So you're just going to have to ride it out with me. I can't control it, right? Really go down that rabbit hole there. There's so much there on the community board right now. So much support, so many signposts. I do encourage you also, as you move through this weekend, get yourself some kind of notebook. It can be as simple as like a composition book, you know. It can be a pad of paper that, you know, is all contained in one place. You know, it can be, you know, some paper that you put in a binder. It can be a fancy journal, whatever you like. But I really encourage you for this process that we're going to kick off, both with the Panchakarma work we're going to be doing, and for those who are going to quest for the Cauldron of Dagda. There is going to be this piece where it's going to be so helpful to journal as you go through this experience. And I'll be bringing in, you know, supportive work around that, okay? And once we've made these shifts, these changes, I want to talk about sort of like additional guidance that comes in that can support us in making these changes from modesty so we can move into that state of grace and beauty, not only within us, but in our quality of life. And what comes in is task is easy if attended to quickly and simply, okay? In other words, don't overcomplicate it. Be aware how complication can actually keep you in a state of inertia. It's that Eight of Swords energy. Well, I don't know, I could do this or could do that, I could do this or that or the other. I got all these options, and so soon you don't do anything. Instead, much better to pick one simple place to start. Okay, I can see that there's a need here, and I know what action needs to be taken. Let's table the other stuff for now. Let's just move forward with this one thing. This starts to get a momentum going, and it says, unassuming attitude imposes no demands or stipulations. Where no claims are put forward, no resistance arises. Okay, so it's okay to start with one little thing and do what you can to affect change there. Let that gather a momentum of its own, and then this is going to encourage you to make other changes, okay? But too often what happens is people look at their lives in sort of like this real broad scope way, and they go, oh my God, I need to change this, that, and the third. We all know that this happens. Like a good example of this that I think everybody will be able to relate to is like, think of a time when you've been really overwhelmed in your life, right? And maybe you got a little behind on your housework, okay? Now everything's really unorganized. There's like a huge mess to clean up. Everything's disorganized. Just looking at it makes you feel overwhelmed. And so what do? You do nothing. You do nothing, and then more mess gathers, right? It becomes more disorganized. You feel worse. You feel more apathetic. And it's like, it's one of those things where it can build a momentum that just anchors you and leads you further down the spiral. Whereas instead, if you looked at that same situation and you said, all right, I'm really overwhelmed by this, and I just don't feel like I can even handle cleaning all this right now. Instead, you go, but I do have the energy to go and do the dishes. So I'm just going to do that. And so you go and you do your dishes and you call it good and you let yourself off the hook. And then you can go back to feeling sorry for yourself and laying on the couch or whatever. Okay. As you do this though, and every day you just take a little step, you break it down and you get the momentum going. What ends up happening is that builds a momentum. Just like dancing to the music, it builds a momentum. And then soon you go, oh, wait a minute. Now I want to do more. I noticed that energy shift that happened just from getting the dishes done. You know, maybe I can take out the garbage too. You know, maybe I want to do a little bit more today. So you'd be amazed how just that one little shift can change things. And absolutely, it is a metaphor for life. The other supportive guidance that came in making changes and what's really needed right now to switch things up and get us moving in the right direction is walk your talk. When enmity arises, false modesty can make you shrink. Okay, so in other words, when you have people against you, when you have people who don't agree with your choices, when they don't support what you want to do, when they don't like how you're using your voice, when they think that you're following a pipe dream, or in any way they're just coming down hard on you and shaming you, this can make you take on a false sense of modesty, where you start saying, oh, I shouldn't share any of my gifts. Nobody cares what I have to say. My contribution doesn't matter. That's false modesty. That's not healthy, okay? That causes you to shrink, all right? True modesty disciplines one's own ego and immediate circle. It takes courage, but this leads to success. So that means instead of allowing yourself to be overcome by this and shrinking to make others comfortable because your light exposes their shadow and they can't handle it, it instead is about you stepping into that spirit where you're like, hey man, this little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. And it doesn't matter if you agree with what I want to do. This is my life. And I'm self-validating. And you're not going to dim my shine. And I'm going to bring my voice forward. And if somebody is being aggressive towards you or shaming you, you have a right to use your voice to speak out against that and to take a stand for yourself. And that's healthy. That's healthy. All right? So this is all about you really being empowered in your voice, and this is what transforms everything. All right, let me just take a sip of this. I want to bring in the final piece of our gathering today, which is the White Light Oracle and what we opened up with. This week, when I came on for the other live, which was Epsilon modulation, okay, which is, I got the download for what's needed for balancing. I got kind of like what was really forward right now is a lot of solar energy. We got a lot of solar energy that's very front and center at this time. And that solar energy, it's more yang quality, right? And we need a little bit more feminine tempering coming in. We need to bring the masculine and the feminine into balance. So we need a little bit more of the lunar essence. And that's what's going to bring us into that place of modulation. All right. So what I'm going to be working on, I'm not sure when I'll be bringing it out. I'll definitely have it available for you all by next Wednesday. Okay. I'll put it out. I'm going to put out a guided visualization, journeying meditation that is going to call on the cooling lunar essence. If you would like to work with some Ayurvedic herbs, you know, some Ayurvedic medicine to tap into the balancing of the lunar essence and the solar essence, I recommend Shatavari for the lunar essence, and ashwagandha, which means strong like horse, for the solar essence. And they're pretty relatively safe to take, but what I would say is do your own research. Do also consult with your physician if you're dealing with any specific issues, especially if you're pregnant, nursing, these kind of things. Always refer to your physician if you have any questions. In general, though, you can mix together like a teaspoon of powdered shatavari, a teaspoon of powdered ashwagandha, and you can bind it together with a little raw honey. Raw honey is sweet taste, but it actually has hot quality because of its enzymatic activity. It is very beneficial for stoking your Agni, your digestive fire. It also has a beneficial effect on diabetes. In fact, in India, they are using honey, real raw, uncooked honey, for benefit for diabetes patients. Again, I'm not telling you to run off and do this. If you are a diabetes patient, I'm telling you to do your own research. I'm telling you to also go and speak to your doctor about it, and do some study about how they are using raw honey in Ayurveda in India with tremendous success in reversing blood sugar issues, diabetes. It's amazing. The sweet taste comes in, okay, with the honey, the raw honey, which activates your amylase, which kicks off your digestion. And in Ayurveda, digestion, which is ruled over by Pitta, the fire quality, okay, is the seat of health. If your digestion is not right, nothing is going to be right with your health. And that includes mind, body, spirit. Because what happens when we don't have sufficient HCl, hydrochloric linoleic acid, or digestive fire, or what is known as Agni within the tradition of Ayurveda, which is also associated with the deity Agni, which is a sun god. Okay, do you see how all this energy really, like, it all combines, it all comes together, all right? It's all unified energy. Agni is a deity, a sun god that you kind of like release what needs to be purified to. Agni is the purifying fire. It is the pyre that you give over that which needs to be transmuted, to be purified through puja, through renewal. And in fact, it's very common within Panchakarma tradition to do a homa fire, which is a form of giving offerings for spiritual purification to the fire. We'll bring in that piece, okay? We will be bringing in that piece. We'll be doing a community burn at the end of our 6 weeks together, but I just want to bring these factors in so you can understand the beauty of the wisdom of the Vedas and how they get activated through Ayurveda, which is the science of life, and just some of what's coming in for you, okay? Such a beautiful, rich tradition. When we're looking at the digestive fire, okay, we need this fire to be burning bright, not only to be able to properly digest and assimilate our foods, because if you're not able to digest and assimilate your foods, it doesn't matter how healthy you eat, you won't benefit from it because your body can't assimilate the nutrients. Beyond that, if you don't have sufficient digestive fire, you also can't digest your experiences, and you can't digest your emotions, and you can't digest your thoughts. And so all of this builds up a toxic load in the body that presents itself as ama, that which is undigested, which on a physical level often manifests as mucus, okay? You will be releasing a lot of mucus, and in particular through the intestines and through the lungs as we do our purification work, which means you're going to be releasing a lot of fear, and you're going to be releasing a lot of grief, because fear, resistance, stuck states is associated with ama in the intestines, and fear and grief and heaviness that needs to be processed and released is associated with the lungs. All right, so this is what we're working to clear out. So you're really going to benefit in this Panchakarma from the relief of fear, anxiety, frazzled nervous system response, being afraid of taking steps in your life to progress forward. You're going to also find that you're going to become a lot more clear, a lot more grounded in your body. You're going to be able to finally let go of that stuff that's been holding you back. You're going to have greater focus. You're going to be able to really work with your creative energy more in an empowering way. So this is going to be a beautiful experience, but I digress. Okay, see, this is where I go off with the Ayurveda and why I need to have the lives. When you take the Shatavari, 1 teaspoon of Shatavari with 1 teaspoon of ashwagandha, and you mix it together with a little of this raw honey, then you can make yourself a lovely golden milk, okay? Or a lovely spicy chai that's nice and nourishing. Both are wonderful for vata. And after it just cools a little bit, okay? Because you do not want to cook honey. It makes it toxic, right? Let it cool a little bit. You can mix that in your golden milk. You can mix that in your chai. And this is just such a beautiful, nourishing tonic. And you can even combine it with a little ritual where you have this as a way to really drink in the nourishment of the lunar solar essence. You can hold this, wonderful golden milk or chai in your hands, and you can put 3 qualities that you need nourishment from into the milk. So let's say you feel like you need more support. You could put support in there. Let's say you need to feel more love. You can put love in there. Let's say you need to feel more safety. You can put safety in there. And just you holding it and having that intention with these herbs, with the honey, with all the medicine that comes in with the chai and with the golden milk, you drink that in, you're going to imbibe those qualities in your body. It's beautiful, simple magic, okay? Beautiful medicine. So this piece coming in. So I do want to let you know I'm going to bring in this balancing quality for you. I'm actually going to combine these two cards because I did pull a card for today, and I want to combine these into one healing session. So I'm going to work on this, and I'll have it available to kind of kick off our experience on Wednesday. Consider it'll be like kind of an attuning video, all right? It will attune you to the energy. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to put a lot of time, energy, focus into it. And it'll be something that you'll be able to refer back to again and again and again, just come back into center. So what we got was, and I had already read this on the last live I did, was the epsilon modulation. I'll let you see that card just so you can kind of like grok the essence of what this attuning video will be about. Look at this beautiful artwork from Alana Fairchild. That is the name of this artist. You see, these are the cards I have on my Christmas tree. Yeah, moon water. I got moon water going too. I actually made up rose moon water with this moon. So I'm really excited to incorporate that. But see, these are the cards that are on that Yule tree that I put up. So we have this one come in, okay, at the start of this week that I already brought in. And now I'm going to combine it with this energy that came in for today, which is, it's so beautiful, the perfume of Sophia. Right, so this is going to be a gorgeous little medicine bag journeying video I'm going to put together for you all that will kick off our work Wednesday. All right, so be on the lookout for this. And I just want you to tap into this energy signature for perfume of Sophia. So I want to read it to you. All right, so you can just tap into this energy. And I'm going to read it in Alana's words and where I need to make adjustments because I brought this in when I read from her book a little bit earlier in the week. There's this piece where you want to be mindful and discerning in what you read too, you know, because you have to understand that when people write, you know, they write from their own perspective, and where they have blind spots in their consciousness, you can take that on if you take on their words. So sometimes when I'm reading what she brought in to describe these cards, the energy signature, I change the wording a bit because I see places where I'm like, well, that's a little bit fear-based, or that's a little bit divisory-based, or this could use a little refining, okay? So I'm going to be bringing in the heart of her message, but I'll bring in a refining of it as well in the video that I create. And it'll include some kind of smoke cleansing. There will be intention setting. There will be an opportunity to like light a candle to bring your energy in that spirit of us each, you know, lighting a flame and it lights another. And that's how we can really build the energy as a community. There will be Reiki that you can receive. I might bring in different plant allies in it. There will be a lot of beautiful visualization. I might bring in some Hertz frequencies. Okay, so it's going to be just a wonderful treatment for you to receive, an alignment for you to receive. So here are the words that are being activated with this perfume of Sophia that will be coming in with that epsilon modulation, which is all about us finding that center, okay? You will be able to sense the best timing and approach to take. To create space for healing and resolution, connect to your body and ground yourself in the here and now with body-friendly practices. You will find your way intuitively and instinctively, even through confusing circumstances, where one moment you are sure the answer is no, and the next moment you are sure it is yes. Give up trying to figure the answer out right now and just remain open with positive but relaxed expectation that clarity shall emerge spontaneously according to divine timing, which is all about taking that trust fall, you know, trusting that things are exactly as they need to be. And even though we might have some resistance around it, if we can just say yes, then we create a sense of openness that allows the removal of restriction. And it allows us to move into the freedom of expansion. And that's when we move out of the problem and we create opening for the opportunity of solution, right? She goes on to say, Trust that your questions about your life will be answered. Even now, you are in the process of working your way toward the answers that will bring you clarity and higher understanding. There is a kindness in how the universe delivers a message. There is a story of 3 rabbis who went into a room and saw God. One rabbi dropped dead, the other one crazy, and the third one became enlightened. It was the same room and the same divine presence. So what accounts for the different outcomes? When we are ready for knowledge, divine guidance is incredibly helpful and healing. However, we may need certain experiences to become ready. There is as much grace in veiling the truth as in revealing it. There is a beautiful Sufi teaching that destiny is granted with compassion. There is a time to prepare for knowledge, a time to receive it, and a time to live it. There is danger in trying to force knowledge. Force is the desire to progress faster than is naturally taking place. It is disconnection from natural rhythms, the sacred feminine, the power of knowing, and divine timing. The oracle of the perfume of Sophia asks you to trust your nose, which is funny because wolf medicine is all guided instinctually by the nose. The nose knows. The wolf picks up the scent of the trail that finds the path, the avenue forward. The avenue is the masculine principle in Ayurveda. The masculine provides the avenue for the feminine creative force to manifest through. They are 2 sides of the same coin. Until these energies are tempered and brought into balance, there can be no alchemy, there can be no transformation, there can be no creativity, and there can be no new way forward. So this is why it's so important to bring masculine, feminine into a state of equanimity, all right? The oracle of the perfume of Sophia asks you to trust your nose. The spiritual symbolism of the ability to smell is the capacity for discernment. In the words of Juliet in Romeo and Juliet, a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. The nose knows. Funny that I said that before I even read that. As you lean into natural timing rather than trying to force something to happen, you'll remain connected to your own grounded being. You won't be pushing to get ahead. You'll be in connection with yourself. You'll be able to sense with your body and soul that which might otherwise confuse your mind with its tendency to argue first one way, then the other. You will instinctively sniff out the truth of a situation. This is all about aligning with your instincts. See, the wolf doesn't get caught in its head. The wolf is instinctually guided. What is instinct? Instinct is when you drop down into your belly. We were just talking about the belly, the seat of health, the digestion, right? But the belly is also where instinct lives. And what else is in the belly? Your emotions, all right? That's why you get gut feelings about things, all right? This is why when you have something that's really painful that happens, not only do you feel it in your heart, sometimes it also can feel like you got punched in the gut, right? Like the wind got knocked out of you. It's because your power center is here as well. The Sioux have a saying that says the longest journey you will ever make is the one from your head to your heart. But it's not about favoring one over the other. The head is not more valuable than the heart, and the heart is not more valuable than acumen. The true power is not when we value intuition over practicality. The true value is when we merge the energies of head and heart. We build a bridge, we bridge the two, and they merge together as instinct. That's what drives the way forward. And where does the instinct come from? The gut, the belly. That's why they call it gut instinct, all right? It very much is the center of your universe, right? That's why we focus so much on it in Ayurveda. Let's repeat this line again. You will instinctively sniff out the truth of a situation. Then you shall be able to do something useful with that knowledge. Developing the patience required to see us through times when we cannot know something with trust and hopefully some equanimity is an important part of our soul journey. Oh, I got sentience around this. If such times evoke fearful and negative predictions or anxiety-based on a lack of belief, then you can deal with whatever arises with grace and dignity, then work on those issues, okay? So you may feel afraid, you may feel anxiety, you may have these feelings surface. How do you open to the energy when you feel resistance? You say yes to it. Yes melts resistance. People think yes means, oh, well, I love that I'm feeling anxious. No, it doesn't. It's just a complete acceptance. This is just where I find myself. Yes, I acknowledge I feel anxious. Yes, I feel afraid. Yes, I'm confused. Yes, I don't know what to do. As soon as you say yes, you've immediately melted resistance. You've opened up the opportunity now to have guidance come in, a solution arrive, okay? So work with yes as a mantra, even for the tough stuff. It helps move resistance out of the way, right? So you can find that way through. Do what you can do now. Leave everything else up to the loving and wise workings of the universe, right? So don't feel like you have to have all the answers. Sometimes you don't know. But where you do know, where your nose knows, follow the scent of that trail and do what you can, okay? If you are pushing for a resolution, an answer, an understanding before it is time for you to know, you'll feel frustrated. It will be more constructive and enjoyable for you to engage with what is. Will it require the development of your character, the capacity for patience, for trust and faith, for commitment and devotion, even when there is no evidence you shall succeed? Yes, it likely shall. Especially if you are carving a path that is unique and creative. To live in such a way is wonderfully courageous and inspired and requires spiritual maturity, aligning yourself with a greater wisdom and timing and surrendering yourself in its service is the basis of spiritual maturity. You will have your answers, and in the interim, you are doing beautifully. And now Michael's piping up again. He says, and you're not alone. We're all in it together. Even those who have merged into the great beyond, there is no separation between time, space, distance. Is acceptance permission? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I'll give an example of that. This is a good question. I like this question. This is a good question. Let's say you're dealing with an abuser, okay? Somebody who's been abusive towards you. You know that it's not safe for you to have this person in your space. You know that you have to draw down boundary lines. You know that you need to effectively block this person from your life. To do so is in your best interest. It preserves your safety and it allows you the space you need to heal. Boundaries are important. Acceptance looks like saying, yes, I acknowledge that I don't feel safe around you. Yes, I acknowledge that I need to create distance between me and you. Yes, you are abusing me. Yes, I have the right to create safe space for myself. Yes, I trust my decision to draw a boundary line with you. Yes, I am choosing to walk away from this connection and I am releasing it so I may move forward to my healing. Make sense? There's no resistance to the truth of the situation. There's no resistance to the gravity of what you're facing. There's no resistance to the ugliness of what you're facing. But it is not giving permission for another to violate your boundary. Make sense? This is how yes can be an empowerment. Okay? So that was a brilliant question. Thank you for bringing that in. I don't think acceptance is necessarily permission. I think that's a distortion of looking. Ooh, did you see that? Blocking energy. Acceptance is merely acknowledgement of truth that's been arrived at. It is no longer being willing to spiritually bypass the reality of your situation. And once you are able to look at things honestly and accept things honestly, that's when they can transform. It's when we have our heads in the sand and we try to whitewash things, or we try to say pretty affirmations and we tell ourselves everything is lollipops and rainbows and it's all so beautiful when it's not. And we don't accept that, yes, there is ugliness in the world. Yes, there is hatred. Yes, there's a lot of work to do. Yes, I have responsibility in this work. Yes, I need to step up to the plate. Yes, I've been falling short. Yes, I've been lazy. Yes, I've been blaming outside authorities. Yes, I have shirked my responsibility. Yes, I need to get moving into action. Yes, I have a lot of self-reflection to do. Yes, I'm going to get clear. Yes, I'm going to do this work. Do you see the difference? Yes. Acknowledgement is acceptance. And it's that acceptance that is the giving over. It's the trustful. And it's by accepting and not resisting that now you are moving in flow with the harmony of life. What we resist persists. We can never step in the same river twice. The river, all rivers, all sweet waters flow to the source. We know this. Okay? We may have different views. We may have different lives. We may have different experiences, but we are all many rivers flowing to the same source. It's all the same water. It's all the same life-giving element, okay? So it's futile to try to push a river. You can't do it. In fact, you can't even control the river because you never step in the same river twice because the river is always moving. When do we get dams in the river? We get dams in the river when we are holding in our emotions, when we're not allowing ourselves to acknowledge the truth, when we're not saying yes to the reality of our feelings, our acceptances of our experiences. That's when you get lymphatic blockage. If you get lymphatic blockage, you're going to find your life is blocked. If the water's not flowing in your internal waters, the water won't flow in your life. What happens if there's no water when we look at life? Life is fueled by water. Water is the life-giving force. Without water, there is no life. You are almost 99% water. You are water. So you got to flow like water. And water does not resist. And water is also subtle. Water is gentle, right? Water isn't fiery. It's not bold. It's not brash. But look at what water did to the Grand Canyon. One of the 7 wonders of the world, right? So don't mistake subtlety. Don't mistake softness for lacking power. Don't mistake the acknowledgement of pain, grief, tears that need to be shed for showing emotion, vulnerability as not having power. It actually may be the very thing that taps you into the true essence of your power, because once you no longer have secrets, once you no longer feel shame, once you allow yourself to own your experience, to own your truth, to express yourself authentically with transparency, you realize you're free. You're free. It's the secrets. It's what we say no to. It's what we sweep under the rug. It's what we hide in dark corners of our consciousness that keeps us stuck. I don't like the word surrender. I don't use the word surrender. I have a certain relationship with the word surrender, and I'll tell you why. And it comes from, I'm bringing a little humor in here. For me, that comes in from Corey Hart. I wear my sunglasses at night. He has a song, Never Surrender, okay? I want you to go, surrender is a word that's used a lot in New Age thought, okay? It's a New Age buzzword. Remember, first there was the Word, and the Word was God, and our words have power. And just because we can take a word and we can run with it, and we can change the nature of a word and what it means. I'm going to give a prime example of a word like that, that is a derogatory term that has been distorted, that has been shifted and changed. Women have tried to take it on as like some kind of feministic battle cry, okay, trying to reclaim the word bitch. Bitch means female dog. That's the meaning, the etymology of the word bitch. So when you refer to yourself as a bitch, I'm a bad bitch, you're referring to yourself as a dog, okay? It's been used as a way to disrespect women. So you shouldn't try to reclaim this word as an empowerment, because the root essence of that word is still intact. It's still activated. You have to understand that when we're speaking of first there was the word was God, what we are speaking of is the first 3 sounds that are made by a baby when they learn how to talk, which are the bija seed sounds, which form all of the mantras. And I will now share with you those 3 sounds combined. First there was the word was God. That is one consciousness essence right there. Om. It's not om as in home, it's Aum. Which are the first 3 sounds a baby makes that gets them talking. Okay? So when we look at the word surrender, this is an assignment for everybody. I want you to go and I want you to look up the root meaning of the word surrender in the dictionary. And you will understand why I don't like using the word surrender. Letting go is empowering. Releasing is empowering. Purifying is empowering. Giving over is empowering. Surrender is not an empowering word. It implies that there is emotional duress involved in that choice. And that is not true giving over to spirit. That is not true trust. If you are forced into a position of giving something up, giving something over, that is not empowering. Okay? So look up that word. And it might change the way you choose to speak of things. I never use the word surrender. I don't like the word. It's a disempowering word. So why am I going to use that? I'll say I'm giving it over to spirit. I'm trusting spirit to hold it. I'm letting it go. Do you see when I'm making these statements, I'm not coming from a place of victimization. I'm not waving a white flag. I'm already saved. You know what I'm saying? I'm the alchemist. You're the alchemist. You're the creator. You don't need saving. You just need to learn how to let go and trust. That's it. Have a little faith, okay? So let's get to where we were at here, okay? Let's just go ahead and start this paragraph over here. Developing the patience required to see us through times when we cannot know something with trust and hopefully some equanimity is an important part of our soul journey. If such times evoke fearful and negative predictions or anxiety based on a lack of belief that you can deal with whatever arises with grace and dignity, then work on those issues. That means acknowledging, yes, I acknowledge I have fear. Yes, I acknowledge that I'm struggling to believe in this. I'm struggling with my faith. Yes, I acknowledge these are challenges. So let me pick one of these little things and start doing some work around this, start holding some space around this, start understanding where did this seed of dissent get sown in me, and what little step, little action can I take to move forward. Alpha and Omega is what I just heard when I heard Aum. Yes, because that's what it is. It's a creative force. It's the avenue and the creative force coming together to create. That's why first there was a word and the word was God. That's why there's spells. They speak things into existence. It's just like the mantras. People will talk about mantras. I've heard people say this so much. Oh, mantras, it doesn't matter how you say it. All that matters is intention. Nope, 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 nope. Yes, intention is valuable. And yes, pronunciation matters. Do you see how I do that? Move out of the no to the yes. Yes, intention is important, but yes, pronunciation matters. The reason being is that when you tone the bija seed sounds appropriately, the tongue, the tip of the tongue hits different places within the palate, and these activate different energy centers in your consciousness. It's like naughty pathways, okay? It's all significant. We're going to go real deep with all of this, okay? Do what you can do now. Leave everything else up to the loving and wise workings of the universe. If you are pushing for a resolution, an answer, and understanding before it is time for you to know, you'll feel frustrated. It will be more constructive and enjoyable for you to engage with what is. Will it require the development of your character, the capacity for patience, for trust and faith, for commitment and devotion, even when there is no evidence that you shall succeed? Yes. She says likely it shall. I'm telling you, guaranteed it will. Okay? Absolutely, 100%. Especially if you are carving a path that is unique and creative. To live in such a way is wonderfully courageous and inspired and requires spiritual maturity. Aligning yourself with a greater wisdom and timing and giving yourself over in its service. I just changed the word she used, okay? She used the same word you brought in. And giving yourself over in its service. Do you feel how empowering that is? You're not being forced. You're like, no, I am willingly giving myself over in service to this energy. Do you see? It's a little shift. It's a little shift. It's major, though, in the effect it has. Is the basis of spiritual maturity. You will have your answers, and in the interim, you are doing beautifully. Continue with your journey. Now, she does have here a little practice that you can do, just an awareness point to bring in as you travel through this weekend, leading up to Wednesday. So while I'm working on getting this, together for you all, I want you really to sink into this, give yourself the opportunity to kind of hold space for this with what she's bringing in here. And then you'll just get to receive the healing, the medicine bag that I bring in for you all to start out our official journey for the quest of the Cauldron of Dagda, and also for our community Panchakarma. I'm going to have all the resources in this video for you. I don't know if I'm going to be doing anything else this weekend. I mean, this is over 5 hours I've been going. It's a lot for me. But what I am going to do is I might do some shorts this weekend. There are some things I want to bring in, and that would be good for me to kind of like get beyond the algorithm a little bit, get more people aware of this message and the work that we're doing here. So I might put out some shorts tomorrow. I will put out, actually, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Tomorrow I'm going to finish the final reading that I owe for Cancer. Okay, so I'll be doing the Cancer read tomorrow to carry them through with the guidance they need to come in with the supermoon that was promised to them, and then I'm all taken care of with that. Then I'll be able to move forward next week and like start to bring in some new elements here with the reads, which will be really cool. So look for some shorts and look for the Cancer read to come in tomorrow here. This is all I'm bringing in today, but just in sort of parting, I'm going to bring this piece in as a focal point, and then I'm just going to drop in for a second, see if there's any final piece Michael wants to bring in, because I still feel his energy kind of here lingering, all right? So the healing process, which you can hold space for this weekend just to help you get clear and ready to move into this energy, is what can you do to connect with your body, to feel good and ground and focus your energies in the here and now? Some examples might be walking in nature, doing some stretches or a full yoga practice, meditating or breathing and relaxation techniques. When can you do that for yourself? Make a plan to do it and stick to it, okay? So some point between now and next Wednesday, make a commitment. This is a good way to take an action, to set yourself in motion. Think about what kind of movement, what kind of step do you need to take to do something that feels good for your body? Maybe it's dancing to one of these songs, that Michael brought forward, okay? Maybe that will awaken your own bloodline's rhythm, like he was talking about, and make you feel supported. And if we have this kind of visualization that we're holding in place, like, can you imagine holding this visualization of all of us are like dancing, jamming out to Michael Jackson music this weekend? I'll go ahead and post all the songs on the community board. How about that? You can just hit the community board, and that way we can all come together as a community, even people that didn't tune in for this, and we can dance to Michael. We can have a Michael Jackson dance party. I think this is a great idea. That's how I plan to work with this energy. I hope you all will work with it too. I think it could be good for all of us, okay? If there is something constructive that you can do right now, take, such as some deep centered breath awareness or other form of meditation or conscious movement, do that now. That is your healing process, okay? So do something today, all right? Do something today. And then think about, you know, maybe checking in with yourself every day and seeing, how can I give to my body today? You know, how can I show some love to my body today? How can I give back to my body today? And then you're going to start to really build this momentum. I do love the idea of bringing the music in. I'm going to open it up for you all to, you know, ask any questions. Let me just drop into Michael's energy for a moment to see if there's anything else he wants to bring in. He's really pleased. He feels like this is better than he hoped for. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He says one more card. He wants me to pick it randomly out of his quotes. Just a parting message that he has for you. So let me just go ahead. He says this one. He really wants you to dance to Beat It, man. He brought in Beat It. Okay, so there's a strong message in that song too. There really is. And that song really talks about, you know, the wisdom of knowing when it's time to give up fighting and to choose a different route that maybe is not the route that people say makes you look cool, you know, maybe it doesn't give you street cred, but it's working with spiritual maturity. Okay, so I think he wants us to dance to Beat It. All right, so let's just all agree, those of us who are dropping in on this, those of you who catch the replay, when you receive this message, like that's your work to do for the day. You know, put on Beat It, really listen to the lyrics of that song, let yourself dance. A little nod to Eddie Van Halen coming through there. You know, this was a really pivotal moment too with that song Beat It. That was one of the first times that, you know, one of the rock gods, you know, came together with this kind of like R&B pop and like merged forces. You know, we also saw that with Aerosmith and Run DMC with the reworking of Walk This Way. These were pivotal points, you know, where, you know, two things that normally opposite side of the spectrum came together and something really, you know, potent happened as a result. And you know, Eddie passed on as well. And so it's kind of interesting. I don't know. What, are you next? Jimmy is in line before you. Just have to say Jimi Hendrix is in line before you. But, you know, this piece coming in, it's kind of interesting that that piece comes in because Eddie's passed on, and Eddie, you know, he did the guitar solo on Beat It, and it was a really significant moment in music history. So leaving you off with that, this might be a good song for just kind of shifting your consciousness and helping you understand the wisdom of moving forward in a new way with a little more softness, not forcing things, but flowing with things more and making room for compassion and to get more to the heart of the matter instead of looking at everything through this like wall of fire that just only continues to fuel the division, right? And he says that's it. That's all he has to say. So anything else that needs to come in before I sign off? Because I think this is one of the longest lives I've done here. I mean, it deserved it. It was put off for a long time. I feel like it needed to come in. I love everything that came in. I feel like it's really beautiful. There's a lot of resources here. What a beautiful gift Michael's energy gave, right? There's just so much support he brought forward, so much guidance, and there's so many pathways for us to explore now to navigate the terrain ahead. So it feels pretty good to me. Looks like we're all good here. Okay. All right. Have a beautiful day. Thank you for being on this journey with me. Thank you for believing in what I'm bringing forward. Thank you for being open to the experience. Thank you for allowing me to share the gift of Ayurveda with you and sharing my other medicines that I have to offer. I also welcome receiving your medicines and your contributions and acknowledging the way you feed back into the community. You're really going to see the way that I am going to give back to the community as time goes on. I have a very beautiful vision and template for moving forward as a society, you know, and definitely I hope it catches on and becomes a global movement would be my ultimate desire. And thank you to all of you who, you know, showed up and subscribed to the channel and gave me that boost. It really helped. And any of you who choose to take that action after you receive this today, that means so much to me. It means so much. It's a risk, you know, to bring your voice forward. And when somebody shows you that support and they subscribe to your channel, or they, you know, leave a comment, or they give you a thumbs up, they share the video, all of these actions actually get the message out to more people. And then it makes those of us who are sharing our voices feel like we're supported in sharing our voice. And this is so important right now for people to feel supported in sharing their voice. And I promise that as you support me in sharing my voice, I will support all of you in bringing your gifts and your own unique expression forward in the world too. And yeah, you are not alone. You are not alone. And anytime you doubt that, Michael just says, just put on the music he brought forward and you'll feel that you got that love and support all around you. And now he's going to just like, he's going to backslide. He's going to retreat onto the other side, and he's going to merge into that energy, that one great resounding note of existence. And he's got a whole new rhythm to tap into. And I'm going to give him some support too, just becoming untethered from this earthly realm, so he really can be in that place of peace and freedom. And I think this is a beautiful thing, and it turned out better than I could have hoped for too. So I hope you all enjoyed it. I hope you got a lot out of it. I love you all, and have a beautiful weekend getting prepared for what is to come. And do be looking later this evening for those resources to be pinned to the comments. I'm going to break for a moment. I'm going to get myself something to eat before I put the resources down for you. I need to restore myself. But later tonight, you'll have everything you need to go and run with what I brought forward in this download and what Michael brought forward. And I'm really excited to begin this next chapter and evolution of Broad Coven with all of you. Have a beautiful, blessed day.